I like turtles.
We come to this place for science. We come to paleontologizing streams to laugh, to cry, to show up late and then ask what today's topic is even though it's right there in the title. Because we need that. All of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the surf rock starts. And we learn something we've never known before. Not just entertained but somehow infotained. Together. Baffling images on a tiny computer screen. Sound that I can feel.
Dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it.
Genus names I can mispronounce.
Purdue.
Somehow, extinction feels good in a place like this. Our common ancestors feel like the best part of us. And dinosaurs feel like they're still around. Because here, they are. Paleontologizing streams, we make fossils less dead.
Well, hello, everybody.
Make a wonderful
Welcome
difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Thank you, Looky Lucille, for the 2,000 bits right there. Really appreciate that. Holy moly. Way to start the stream. Excellent. Good to see everybody. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm back home in California. Just got back yesterday afternoon, and holy cow, what a magical trip to Florida. We're going to be talking about that today. The heavy focus on leatherback turtles. I'll show you some of the photos and the videos that I was able to take while I was there doing nesting field work with the crew from Loggerhead Marine Life Center. It was a dream come true.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Poo Tracker, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I really appreciate that. You won't have to watch any ads for as long as you stay subscribed. Plus, you'll get all those emotes like these and these, and these and these and these and these. Sorry, I'm filling up the chat. And I should be saying hello to people. Anywho, welcome everybody. If it's anyone's very first time here, let me introduce myself real quick. Well, in just a moment, Starmy, thank you for the 18 months of support there. Not sure why the alerts are borked. Give me just a second here. Refresh cache. Thank you, Starmy. I appreciate that. Got one strand of hair that seems to be uncooperative. It's all chueco. There we go. That's better. There's some Puerto Rican slang for you. Anyway, where was I? My name is Danny Anduza. This is Paleontologizing. And that's what I do as a paleontologist. I do fossil science. Dinosaurs happen to be what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I excavate during the field season, and we'll be doing that in just a few days here. I'm slated to leave for Wyoming on Sunday, it looks like. And, yeah, hopefully by like June 2nd, I'll be able to show you what it's like digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming, like we've been doing for the past several years. Wyoming this year, and then off to Montana in the second half of June. Then taking a little bit of time off, and then going to Utah from late July to early August. Gonna be digging up dinosaurs at each of these 3 different field localities with 3 different field crews.
The history of life. It's very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
That's true. Good evening to you too, Kevin. Thank you for your ongoing support. It's thanks to good folks like Kevin and like Starmy and Poo Tracker now that any of this is possible. I stream full time. This is how I make my living nowadays. You could call me the world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist, and you wouldn't be incorrect. The whole point of these broadcasts is to bring fossil science to you at home, to show you how it really works. It's one thing to tell people about paleontology. It's quite another thing to show them firsthand, involve them in it, as it were. And that's my purpose here. So welcome to Paleontologizing, where we talk about not just dinosaurs, even though that's what I work on, but the whole history of life on Earth, that's what paleontology is the study of fossils from fossil bacteria to fossil baleen
One
whales
of the
and
most
everything in
remarkable animals that have ever existed,
between. LM Splush.
and certainly one of the
Thank you
most
for the 2 months.
famous, is a dinosaur.
Thank you for the 2 months of support there, LM Splush. Thank you. Uh-oh. I might have to go replace the batteries in my keyboard. I think it's been about 4 or 5 months since I've done that. And it's being not very responsive. Hang on. Here we go.
what time, what fun. Playing tag with you,
Thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits there. We are very close to Hype Train, it would seem. Thank you, Golganek, for contributing. Excellent. Yeah, today there's going to be a heavy focus on these critters. Dermachelys coriacea, the leatherback turtle. Absolutely extraordinary animal. I got to encounter these creatures on the beach in Florida. It
If you're
was
feeling a bit cheated,
bonkers.
try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Quiztech, for the 100 bits. Excellent. Yeah. Oh, and this is really cool, Dr. Tara. Phylogenetic, origin. Oh, holy cow. Nice. There was just a new paper on turtle evolution, sea turtle evolution the other day. Oh, this is cool. Oh, very, very nice. This is excellent. Yeah. Quiztech says that turtle is huge. I saw one's nearly this big on the beach
Let's
in Florida,
protect
and
our
I'll show you some footage.
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Thank you, Catherine May. Continuing your gift sub from a Prime to a Tier 1. I appreciate that, Catherine May. Thank you. Holy moly. Phenomenal. Yeah. And Mutiny TV, I did hear about that. Yeah, there's I gotta see how long that temporary exhibit is running, but I might end up going there and streaming it. We'll see. But welcome, Mutiny TV. I just saw some posts about it on Blue Sky this morning too. Anyhow, like I said, we're gonna be doing a little recap of our Florida trip, and some of you weren't actually here for when we got to see leatherback turtles live on stream. I know that was an early morning stream for some of you. But those of you who saw that, I hope you recognize how lucky you were. We'll be looking at some of that footage today. Holy cow, that is the coolest thing I think we've ever done.
We got a amazing 70 million year old
And XVR, thank you for the 20 months of support. Yeah.
Cool.
And you were not there for it. Yeah, Mayor Space, I know it was early.
On streaming
Yeah.
from SVP. My help offer still stands.
I appreciate that, XVR. Thank you for the 20 months of support. Thank you, XVR. I appreciate it. I've been talking with some of the folks in SVP leadership, and I'm putting forth an official proposal for that, so we'll see how that goes. But I don't think I'll need any help, but...
This was our world 225 million years ago.
Yvain, thank you for the
beginning
35
of the Mesozoic
months.
era.
Holy cow, thank you, Yvain. Really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online. Again, this is what I do full time. It's only because of the generosity and the support of this community that any of this is possible, so thank you for that. Again, the batteries on my keyboard have just decided to conk out on me, so as I go replace those, let me play a little video for you, and yeah, we'll get on with that. I'll play the that Japanese video about leatherback turtles to help introduce these critters as we continue, as the stream goes on, and you'll see my translation. I do not speak Japanese. I do not read Japanese. I do not understand Japanese, really, at all, whatsoever, but I thought I'd try my hand at translating this video nonetheless. So the video I did not produce, but the closed captions I did. Let me know how close you think I got. We'll start that right now. Here we go. I'll be right back after I replace these batteries.
オサガメは太平洋や大西洋、インド洋に地中海などいろんなところに住むウミガメの仲間で、日本でも時々見つかったりすることがあります。大きさは大きいものだと2メートル以上、重さ500キロ以上と、身近なものだと自動販売機と同じくらいの、ウミガメどころか今生きているカメの中では一番大きい、すごいでかいカメです。しかも、一番は大きさだけでなく、泳ぐ速さもウミガメで一番速くて、潜る深さも1000メートル以上と、これまた一番深くて、泳ぐ距離も1万2000キロと、記録尽くしのとんでもないカメだったりします。そんなオサガメは、見た目が非常に特徴的で、形は、上から見ると他のカメに比べて細長い流線形で、頭からお尻の方にかけてケールがある。モーターボートをひっくり返したような形になっていて、それのおかげで水の抵抗が少なく早く泳げるのではと考えられています。そしてもう一つ、見た目の大きな特徴として、他のカメのような硬い甲羅がないっていうのもあります。オサガメの甲羅は細かい骨が集まってアスファルト舗装されたみたいになった上を皮膚が覆っていて、硬いゴムのような弾力性を持っています。この弾力性のおかげで水深1000メートル以上潜っても水圧に耐えることができるというわけです。ちなみに、こういった特徴から、オサガメは英語だとレザーバックタートルもしくはレザーバックシータートルって言いますが。
There we go. I think that'll do it.
The greatest of all the reptiles, the dinosaur, was king.
And Nelf, thank you for the 40 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Keeping me here online for the past 40 months, Nelf. Thank you so much for that. Mutiny says the closed captioning was 100% on point. Thank you, Mutiny. Well, it's high praise. Golganix says I wasn't there live, but the VOD was amazing. I'm so glad you liked it. And oh man, somebody has an opportunity to make the coolest clips ever.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science outreach here on Twitch.
Thank you,
That was
Seekan.
beautiful.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed that. And thank you for the 500 bits. I appreciate your support. Thank you very much. And yet nobody clipped that. We saw live leatherback turtles on stream. Nobody clipped it. We forgot to clip? I guess so. Yeah. You still have a chance to. The VOD is still up, and we'll be looking at that today, too. Oh, yeah. Anyhow. Where to start for today's stream? Well, first, let's do a blue sky post before I forget. I'm gonna put that I am live. And, we'll do Metazua as well. Nice. And Quiztech says they were too busy watching. Well, part of it was that I streamed way earlier than I normally do, because I was on East Coast time, a full 3 hours ahead, and plus, we had to do the stream early in the day, in order to coordinate with Jeanette Weineken and Emily Turles' schedules at the FAU Marine Lab. So there were external forces dictating when we streamed. It had to be early, so it was a full, I don't even know, like 4 or 5 hours earlier than I typically stream. So I understand a lot of people not being able to show up. But yeah. Oh, hello, Mini Pie. Goodness. Right before we do a post here, we gotta pay the rent. Huh, Mini Pie. Yeah, it's one of my landlords here. If you're new, this is Ms. Mini Pie. You definitely missed me while I was gone, didn't you, Minnie? Yeah, she missed being on camera. She missed getting treats. Yeah. goodness, she was so upset when she saw the suitcases and knew that Lordy and I were going to take off. She has a habit of going and sitting in the suitcases if they're open. I don't know if there's a rationale there, like, oh, well, you know, if I'm in the suitcase, then I can't possibly leave, you know. But, yeah, are you happy we're back? Are you happy that we're back? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah. Oh. Good burrow under the clothes. There you go, Mr. Twinkie. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, she's very happy. Oh, we're very happy. The point, but you need some brush. Anybody brushed you while we were gone, huh? No. Ios didn't brush you? No? Oh. Yeah. So much excess hair, my goodness. And then we'll pay rent in just a minute here. Yeah, I know I owe you. I know I owe you. It's been about a week. 8 days, 9 days, something like that. Goodness. Pushing the camera around. Alright. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Yeah. And
here's some objects, gorgeous, gargantuans, and authentic.
Thank you, Bosman.
So long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like, and can even sculpt them into still, or rather, extinct life.
Thank you, Bosman. Or is it Bozeman? Let me know. I used to live in Bozeman, Montana. And might even be passing through there again this summer on my way to do some field work up in Montana. But here, check out this mini bar. I know you like the little square ones. There you go. What's that? Good stuff? Yeah, there we go. How about this? Want them broken up for you? If they're too big, she'll often just kind of lick them and then... You're making a mess. Oh, ooh, how about that? How about this? Yeah? It's a different flavor for you. Let's see if you enjoy this. What's that? Whoa, wow. Oh, look. No? Going for the old one. Yeah? How about that? Ooh, there we go. Starmy says, I wonder if cats can feel love or feel it the same way we do. Understand to anthropomorphize their animals, but what does science say? It's a good question. I'm not an animal behaviorist. This is outside of my realm of expertise. But I think in many, many ways, we don't give animals nearly enough credit. And I think much of what we perceive to be kind of quintessentially human traits actually exist throughout a bunch of different species. To the same extent that they exist to varying degrees in different people, they exist in various individual animals and throughout different species like that. So that's my take. I think in a lot of ways, animals non-human animals, I should say, don't get nearly enough credit. And sometimes humans get a little too much credit, maybe. That's my hot take. But yeah. Oh, and his Mustang, I saw one of Science Streams' videos on cats. That was super cool. I'm gonna go wash my hands because I've got cat treat dust all over. Look at that. I'm gonna eat my fingers. Bite me. Yeah, that's it. That's all she wrote. I give you a bunch of extra because I know it's been so long, Mini Pie. Yeah. And Belinda, Science Streams, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Holy cow. I'm so excited to show off some of this footage from the Florida trip. First, I gotta wash my hands, do a blue sky post real quick. And why don't we do Metazua while we're at it? We'll wait for people to trickle in. But, yeah, I'll be right back. You hold down the fort, Mini Pie. Keep an eye on chat for me, okay? Make sure they're behaving. Yeah. I just keep some hand sanitizer next to my desk. So that's not a good smell. Ugh. Smells like alcohol. Huh. Yeah. And thanks, Johnny Autonomous. Yeah, this is, it took 3 tries to get a license plate that I really, really liked. And luckily we were able to make use of the other 2. And they will be well loved. I gave them away as thank you gifts during the trip to Florida. So one is at Loggerhead Marine Life Center. One is at the FAU Marine Lab. And I think we got both of those handoffs on camera during the stream, so we'll take a look at that in a little bit. But yeah, the Florida turtle license plate, that's, it's an important thing. Uh-oh. Keyboard isn't working at all now. Did I... He's going backwards or something? Hang on. Positive. Negative. Yeah. There we go.
I don't know, but that cloud is a color I've never seen. It's a squall. That's no squall.
Here you go. Check this out.
I've got mine.
I love sea turtles.
We've been supporters for years.
That's my license plate. I wouldn't drive with anything else.
Last year, over 70,000 drivers helped sea turtles survive by purchasing the Florida Sea Turtle Specialty License Plate. There are over 120 specialty plates in Florida, and the Helping Sea Turtles Survive Specialty License...
Not quite as many as Montana, where I used to live, where they had about 7,000 specialty license plates you could get. Here was mine when I lived in Montana. Montana has more specialty license plate backgrounds, more designs, than they have residents. Little known fact. Anywho. Well, this is very, very cool. The Tyrannosaurus skeleton. There's actually a couple of different dinosaur ones you can get in Montana. And the proceeds from this went to support Museum of the Rockies, where I used to work. But these were not nearly as common as these turtle ones are in Florida. It was so cool driving around and seeing so many different people with this specialty plate. It might be the most, just as a guess, it might be the most popular one in Florida. Or maybe it's confirmation bias because I was on the lookout for them. But seemed to be everywhere. Lots of people had these. And it supports a really good cause.
Over 120 specialty plates in Florida, and the Helping Sea Turtles Survive Specialty License Plate is unique among them, because it's the only tag that promotes the conservation and protection of Florida's sea turtles. It provides a funding source for the state's Marine Turtle Protection Program, eliminating the need for tax dollars to fund the program, and through a grants program managed by the Sea Turtle...
So this is what I was doing on the beach. Well, I wasn't taking the measurements, I was observing. But I'll show you some footage from that later. That is a loggerhead turtle right there. I saw so many of these on the beach. Holy cow.
Turtle Conservancy returns money to the local level to support turtle conservation. Florida's sea turtles are fighting for survival because of habitat loss, plastics in the ocean, artificial lights on nesting beaches, and climate change. The little extra you pay for a sea turtle tag helps organizations here in Florida conduct research, protect and rehabilitate turtles, and educate the public about this beloved endangered species.
5 endangered species, or actually now 6. We'll talk about that. But holy cow, yeah, we came at such a cool time to Florida. I'll share that later.
Sea turtle nesting is slowly increasing in Florida, and large
There's a loggerhead there. Yeah, she's got a big head.
numbers of sea turtles are inhabiting our coastal waters, an encouraging trend that all of us who choose to display the turtle tag can take pride in. Besides, who can resist this cute little guy? Because it matters to us which plate you buy.
There you go. Yeah, cool stuff. So the one that I have here is a reproduction. It's not an actual license plate. My Montana one is my real plate off my old car in Montana, but this is reproduction. I think I got it on Etsy.
As
Gamer
tall as
L.
a two-story building,
Thank
he
you
could
for
kill
43
almost
months.
anything that crossed his path.
Not me, I hope. Shoot. Gamer L, thank you for the 43 months of support. Holy moly, do I appreciate that. Thank you for helping keep me here online for the past 43 months. Extraordinary. Yeah. And Starmy asked, you need different plates to drive in different states? No. But if you're a resident, if you have your vehicle registered in a particular U.S. state, then you need to get a license plate from that state. But you can drive across state lines and everything. You don't have to switch your plates. Only if you are a permanent resident in a state or you register a vehicle in that state do you have to get a license plate from that state. Hope that makes sense. I realize things are a little different in other parts of the world. And now this sometimes happens. But now my mouse, the batteries are being a little squirrely. I might need to change these out too. It should work for now. We'll see. Yeah, anyhow. I haven't really used my computer much in the past week and a half. Let us take a look. Let's do a blue sky post real quick before I forget. Take a screenshot here. There we go. See if that's usable. Nice, first try, not too shabby. Keen observers, longtime viewers, might recognize that this is almost the same backdrop that I had on, what was it, last Monday? Not this previous Monday, but the Monday before, right before I left for Florida. I've been so busy since I got home. I'm leaving for Wyoming on Sunday, so I've got a ton of things that I have to get ready. I'm going to be gone for about a month, it looks like. Going to Wyoming and then Montana to do field work with 2 different field crews. So there's a lot to get ready. And the reason I was about an hour late today to start today's stream, I didn't take my car into the shop. I like to do like an annual checkup if I'm going to be driving thousands of miles in a summer. And it turns out I need new tie rod ends. So, that's being taken care of as we speak. Let's go here and craft. There we go. There we go. Back in Florida, excited to share my experiences with leatherback turtles. For a recap stream and footage of nesting sea turtles on Florida's Atlantic coast. Discussion of conservation, Paleontologizing, there we go. I already have alt text on that. Wearing a Achilles. Collegiate lettering t-shirt I printed. With all kinds of leatherback turtle, other Florida wildlife, 3D prints, and other stuff. Wall behind me. There we go. Paleontologizing. Looks good. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Apologies if today's stream feels a little bit disjointed. Again, I am working hard to get all ready for fieldwork in just a few days. Again, I'll be leaving. Today's Thursday, so I've got Friday, Saturday, and I hope to leave first thing Sunday morning for Wyoming, and then after that, after about 2 weeks in Wyoming, I'm heading out to Montana. Very excited, so yeah. And that is an American alligator skull in the background there, yeah. Same one that we had in the backdrop on last Monday. Yeah. You sound excited, not just... Oh, thank you, Quiztech. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm very excited. Holy cow. The things that I saw in Florida, holy cow. Before we get to that, I put a link in the chat there. Here's another one for you if you want to interact with that post for whatever reason. Let's do some Metazua before we really get into things. Our daily animal guessing challenge here. It has been more than a week since the last time I did this. And Wolvulus says, will you be field streaming? Absolutely, yeah. That's one of the things I have to get ready is to pack up all my gear for that. The solar panels and the solar batteries and my satellite dish and my IRL streaming rig and all of that. So, yeah. Anyhow, we'll talk about that. I might stream tomorrow or I might not. We'll see how I'm feeling, how ready I'm feeling to leave for the field. But we may or may not do a stream talking about Wyoming fieldwork before I go out there. We'll see. Petrodactylus, did you leave your job or something? Shoot. Hope all is well, Petra. But I can understand usual routines being thrown off. Mine have been thrown off too. Yeah. Let's go ahead and
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Well, holy cow, Charlie's Dragon, thank you for the 59 months of support at Tier 3 now. Holy cow, Charlie's Dragon. Tier 3 is nothing to sneeze at. You're one of the few chatters who gets to use emotes like these. Excellent. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon, for everything you do. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you. Metazua here. I'm sure we've got some new people in the chat. This is our daily animal guessing challenge. This is my excuse to talk about phylogeny, about the evolutionary relationships between different organisms. That's what this is all about. We've got 20 guesses to try and figure out the mystery animal of the day. Thankfully, we only have to really worry about animals here, not the entire tree of life. Because as far as we know, all life on our planets is descended from a single common ancestor. Every living thing is related. And we don't, when I say that, I don't mean, oh, well, they have similarities or something. When scientists say that living things are related, we mean that in a very literal sense. When two critters are related to each other closely, it means that they share a recent common ancestor. In the same way that you share a common ancestor with your close relatives. Like, if you have siblings, well, you've got at least one of the same parents as your siblings. If they're like half siblings, then it's one parent. If they're full siblings, then you share both parents. You have a recent common ancestor. And you're more closely related to your siblings than you are to your cousins. You share a less recent common ancestor with your cousins. You've got the same grandparents as your cousins, right? So you got to go back a little bit further to get to where you had the same ancestor as your cousins. It's the same thing for all of life on Earth, and we can illustrate this in this great branching diagram, this great tree of life. Every living thing on our planet, from baleen whales to bacteria, from quinoa to kangaroos, all living things are related. They all share a common ancestor about 3 or 4 billion years ago, give or take. And the more closely related these critters are, the more recently they had a common ancestor, the more recently they split on this tree. Does that make sense? So anyway, we can use this one zoom tree of life as kind of a visual aid when we're doing this challenge here. Let's dive in, shall we?
Hold on to your butts.
We get 20 guesses to do this. We're going to see if we can get it in 5 or fewer. So yeah. You mean 3 or 4 billion? I do, Paid B. What did I say? Yeah, 3 or 4 billion years ago. Anyhow, yeah. And C-Ken says, how come in the beginning we did not fall to the same problems of small populations producing genetic deformity? Because the more simple you are as an organism, the less likely that is to happen. So the first living things would have been single-celled creatures. Luca, the last universal common ancestor, is our kind of thought experiment name for what this critter would have been. It would have looked kind of like a bacterium or something like that. And for a long, long time, like literally about 1 billion years, all living things were single-celled, and they changed relatively slowly. But once organisms developed multicellularity, they could designate, like, oh, I've got a bunch of cells now. These ones can be for sensory purposes, these ones can be for digestion, these ones can be for reproduction. And you get these added layers of complexity like that over time. And as things continued to diverge and specialize, you had all these different kinds of organisms that developed. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyhow. And the genetic variation we have is just that variation. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. Yeah. So something after specializing that it's an issue? Pretty much, Seacan, yeah. A lot of organisms that are single-celled will reproduce by just splitting, you know? Undergo mitosis. They kind of clone themselves. But yeah. I hope that makes sense. We only have to deal with animals here, so let's go to the animals limb on the Tree of Life. There we go, animals. 1.4 million species here. And we have to try and get this in fewer than 20 guesses. Preferably fewer than 5. But I usually like to start off with a mammal for this. Mammals are overrepresented in this game, Metazoa. And so I like to start off with a mammal. Let's start off with mouse. That's a good place to start. Mice are a kind of rodent, and rodents are one of the most speciose groups of mammals. So let's go to rodents here. There's still tons of species of rodent. Over 2,000 species of rodent. And let's see. House mouse, musculus. We'll start off here. It's as good a place to start as any, I think. So let's try mouse.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go, and we are nowhere close. Shoot. Yeah. Our critter is not a mouse, but it is a bilaterian animal. Oh, I'll show you what that means. Let's zoom out to bilateria. These are animals with bilateral symmetry. Here we go. Yeah, we knocked all the mammals out of the way, and all of the chordates, all of the vertebrates, all of the deuterostomes. Here is bilateria right here.
Utah raptor is the most dangerous dinosaur around.
And M. oculus, thank you for the 33 months. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate that, M. oculus. Thank you. Yesterday's in 3, very nice, Lenina. Yeah, so we've got not 1.4 million, but 1.399 million species it could be. But better than that, we know it's not going to be a xenocoelomorph because they don't have any of these in Metazoa, so we can ignore that branch, and we can safely ignore the deuterostomes. A mouse is one of these. All mammals, amphibians, reptiles, including birds, all of the rayfin fishes, and the chondrichthyan fishes, and the echinoderms, they're all deuterostomes here. So we can ignore these 82,000 species. We know our critter has got to be a protostome. This is most of the invertebrate species of animal. By the numbers, it's the majority of them are protostomes. And this game has kind of a heavy bias toward mollusks and toward insects. I'm going to try and knock out the insects next. It might be an insect. We'll see. But we'll try ladybug. That's usually a good bet. That's a kind of beetle. And beetles are a highly speciose group. So lonely beetles. Let's try ladybug and see where that gets us. Ooh, okay. Interesting. So our critter is not a beetle. Sorry, beetles. It is part of a Paraglossata. I've never actually heard of this clade before, but apparently this includes all of the holometabulous insects except for the hymenopterans. So we know it's not going to be a bee or a wasp or an ant or one of their relatives. Nobody within Hymenoptera. But all of the other insects that have complete metamorphosis. Interesting. Okay. Let's take a look at this clade on Wikipedia, and we'll see what they're all about. What do they include? So this is everybody in Holometabula except for the Hymenopterans. No sawflies, wasps, ants, or bees. And we know it's not going to be a beetle, because we guessed ladybug, and it said no. So it could be something like a lepidopteran, butterflies and moths. It could be dipteran, a fly. I don't think they have scorpion flies in the game. And it could be a flea. Let's try diptera. Let's try a fly. And see where that gets us. Because I think... yeah. Let's try a fly. Fruit fly, housefly. Firefly is actually kind of beetle. I don't know if a mayfly is a true fly. Let's try housefly.
Hold on to your butts.
And okay. It is not a housefly. It's not a dipteran, but it is part of Panorpida. Okay. So it is part of this clade. If it were a flea or a scorpion fly, then Metazoa would have told us, oh, it's part of Entiliophora, but it didn't. Our critter has got to be a lepidopteran then, right? Yeah, so it's got to be a butterfly or moth. Butterflies and moths, there we go. Nice. Lepidoptera. Let's see what we've got here. There's monarch butterfly. They don't have swallowtail. They do have atlas moth and silkworm. Mayfly. I think we're gonna have to try monarch butterfly. This could be it. If so, we get it in 4 guesses. That'd be really good.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's try it. No? Okay, well, it's not part of Lepidoptera. What did I do wrong here? It's part of Panorpida, but not part of Lepidoptera. Panorpida. I don't think they have caddisfly in here, do they? They don't. Could it be a scorpion fly? I wouldn't think so. They don't have scorpion fly. Could it be? Let's drill out on this. Let's look at the article for Panorpida. So this includes the caddisflies. They're butterflies and moths. And the Entiliophora, which is the true flies, scorpion flies, fleas. Maybe Metazoa doesn't have this clade programmed in, Entiliophora. This is one of those instances where it can kind of trip you up if you know more than the game does. Yeah, missing clades in Metazoa again? I think it might be Charlie's Dragon. Let's see. Let's try Flea. Let's give that a shot.
Hold on to your butts.
And that's it. We got it. All right, got it in 5 guesses. It's not too shabby. Let's post that. Casual thing about the last few letters of the word though. Still average guesses at 5.1. That's pretty good. Uh, 7 guesses today. Yeah, it's tricky, you know? Yeah, I think you confused a kiddo. I want to check real quick just to see if we might have like an animal fact files video about fleas. That would be worth watching. But, let's watch this video. Some of you in chat might be familiar with the concept of a flea circus from a certain film that I think a lot of us might enjoy. On my dog. Is this a good year? I hope not. Shoot. Flea circus, you know? Oh, come on. Don't give me this whole error thing. This is not actually the Attenborough that I was talking about. I was talking about his brother, who talks about flea circuses right here. Whoa, holy cow.
Look, this is a real live flea circus, and you can see this one pulling along this tiny chariot. There are very few circuses like this these days. The whole business of performing fleas dates back into the 16th century, and it was used by watchmakers who used them to demonstrate how they themselves could work on a near miniature scale.
That's really interesting. Shoot. Like, look at how talented and skilled I am as a watchmaker that I can create implements for fleas to use. That's really clever.
They used thin gold wires to harness fleas and then link the fleas to tiny chains. Early magnifying devices like this were actually named flea glasses after these pests. and the fleas were excellent creatures to demonstrate a newly visible microscopic world. Fleas appear to be extraordinarily strong. After all, this little badger flea here, pulling this chariot, what an extraordinary thing. That's the equivalent to me trying to pull a jumbo jet single-handed. And this tiny merry-go-round, that too is completely powered by fleas. The secret of the flea's strength and ability to move such equipment lies in their powerful walking and jumping techniques. They have the ability to store and then release energy, and that enables them to leap upwards with great acceleration.
Very cool. Yeah, I did not know that was a real thing. Today I learned. There you go. Oh, man. That would actually be that would be a really funny mashup there, Claire. Did you show the scene from Jurassic Park? Did you show them something real? And then it cuts to his brother real life flea circus. That would have been a very different theme park, huh? And Mr. Rule says, is this like how ants can lift 10 times their weight? Yes. Yeah. It's funny how incredibly strong certain animals can be. I think part of it is just kind of biomechanical, where like the larger you are, the more energy and kind of infrastructure you need in a bodily sense just to support your own weight and everything. The bigger you get, kind of the less strong proportionally you are. But, so I think there's something going on there with just like basic physics. But I don't think it makes it that much less extraordinary that fleas can jump. Hang on.
Well, folks,
Hugen.
That's how dinosaurs are. Unpredictable.
Which dinosaur was the fastest? The Velociraptors. I would have said T-Rex, but they were Tyran. No.
Hugen, thank you for the 25 months of support. Can you come up with that one yourself? My keyboard has also decided not to work right now. And I think it might be because there's a dead battery stuck in there. There might actually be 3 batteries in the thing. Let's take a look real quick. I'll take you along for the ride because why not? Good thing I have extra AAA battery here. 1, 2. Is there a third one in there? What's going on here? If it is, it's stuck inside there. I'm seeing one. I'm gonna say no. I can see the spring in the back. What's going on with this? Weren't lined up properly. This is a cool keyboard, but it's not necessarily the most precisely built. Okay, it's working now. Let's take a look at this about fleas. Check this out. Some of you might remember this this series from Animal Planet back in the day. Remember this No Bark Nomad? Yeah. I used to watch this too. I love this. Jeez. Two statues of liberty in this economy?
Roll up to Maria Cardosa's.
Wait, so this is another flea circus that's actually real? I'm starting to think that the motorized flea circus thing might just be like a Jurassic Park myth. Is it? Is it not a real thing? Flea circus. Miniature circus sideshow in which fleas are attached or appear to be attached to miniature carts and other items and encouraged to perform circus acts within a small housing.
Some of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of
Nerduino,
armor.
thank you for the 37 months of support. I really appreciate that. We get a shout out for Nerduino, who does excellent science outreach here on Twitch. I appreciate you being here, Nerduino. Thank you for keeping me here online with your support. That means a lot. Did you know this was a real thing, Nerduino? A flea circus? I mean, you're originally from the UK. Maybe this is a cultural tradition in the United Kingdom. I'm not sure. First recorded flea circus dates back to the early 1820s, when an Italian impresario named Luis Bertolotto advertised an extraordinary exhibition of industrious fleas on Regent Street, London. Bertolotto's fleas. Flea shows included 4 card-playing fleas, a flea orchestra, allegedly playing audibly, and a reenactment of Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo. With real fleas and without real fleas. Interesting. Huh. Well. Yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, I went from thinking it was 100% real as a kid. The fleas were actually trained to thinking it was all just a scam, and now I don't know. Oh. Let's continue this, and let me change out the batteries in my mouse, which are now dying. I guess I should take heed that I should just change all the batteries out at once, because they all tend to die at the same rate. What are they drinking? Oh, of course. Huh. Interesting. Who knew there was so much to explore in and around the concept of a flea circus? Wild. I had no idea. Huh. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Well, I think with that, we will move on to the topic of Florida and these incredible critters that I got to see while there. Again, unless you've been away for over a year, then you've probably heard me talk about these critters. Dermocheles coriacea, the leatherback turtle. In many ways, make a strong case that this is the most extraordinary creature on our planet. The largest living turtle, one of the largest, heaviest living reptiles, a critter straight out of the Cretaceous period. Unique among turtles today, unique among reptiles in many ways. This is an absolutely superlative animal, and I have been utterly infatuated with them ever since this past May, when I got to go on a trip to Puerto Rico, visiting the land of my ancestors. And while there, just about every single beach that I visited had these nests on it. These cordoned off areas where leatherback turtles had been nesting. I'd always known that these were extraordinary creatures. As a paleontologist, you're just kind of aware of this, you know? Leatherback is just such an extraordinary animal. They really kind of bend or break the rules for reptiles in a lot of interesting ways. And so always in the back of my mind, I'd realized that these were really special critters, but I'd never felt so close to them until a year ago in Puerto Rico, and I became utterly fascinated with them. And I've realized in the time since then that, hey, we've got a platform here on Twitch. Not a huge one, you know, but one that actually reaches people, and by advocating for the conservation of these endangered animals, I realized I can make some kind of a difference for their survival. These are creatures that have been around for at least 80 million years. I made these stickers that I handed out at TwitchCon last October. Leatherback turtles, they've survived 800,000 centuries. Don't let this one be their last. These are creatures that are in certain places around the world, their numbers are declining very rapidly.
You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
And Mr. Cloud Jr., thank you for the 2 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Here. There we go. Let's take a look at this quick video to kind of set this up. From the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association. Administration, rather. Pacific leatherback
Leatherbacks are the
turtle.
largest turtles on Earth, growing up to 7 feet long and weighing more than 2,000 pounds. These sea turtles are among the most highly migratory animals on Earth, some traveling up to 10,000 miles a year between their nesting and feeding grounds.
I bet most of you don't even swim 10,000 miles between your nesting and feeding grounds in a given year. These turtles do that on the regular. That's just what they're built for. That's what they evolved to do. Extreme long-distance travel all the way across the Pacific Basin in the Pacific and halfway across the Atlantic Basin, or sometimes more than halfway across. Just extraordinary. Yeah. And Olympus Plush says, what do these fish do to them? So these are pilot fish, and there might be some remoras there too. A lot of these fishes are just kind of hitching a ride. They like to hang out near the turtles. They might eat the turtle's waste. They might pick little crustaceans and other invertebrates off of the turtles, so they kind of clean them. Yeah, but mostly it's kind of like to hang out. Yeah, and they do draft on them too. Exactly, Clara. Yeah, kind of like here. Kind of like bicyclists drafting behind one another. They can gain in this case not an aerodynamic, but a hydrodynamic advantage by traveling with the turtle. They can go further without exerting much energy by drafting behind. It's pretty cool how that works. That's part of what these guys are doing. Oh, and by the way, that's also why, here. Come on, keyboard. What the heck? Goodness. This is also why geese fly in formation like this, or other birds. Like these might be... Oh, those are geese there. Or are they cranes? Anyhow, this proffers certain advantages. Yeah. Anyhow, that's part of what these fishes are doing too. Those are cranes. Thank you, Claire. Yeah.
Prevalent in every ocean except the Arctic and Antarctic, the species overall is declining, more so in the Pacific. In the eastern Pacific, the Mexican population was once thought to be the largest in the world and has experienced an alarming decline.
This trajectory of decline that we've seen and actually collapse. We're talking about only 20 or 30 turtles nesting every year, where thousands used to just 40 years ago. That's the kind of dramatic decline.
The western Pacific population has been declining steadily, and it's particularly critical to act now before it collapses, while there are enough turtles in nests to respond to conservation measures. But threats to all leatherbacks in the Pacific need to be addressed.
The top threats to populations are uncontrolled coastal development, all the bad stuff on the nesting beaches, egg harvest, poaching of the females, predation on the eggs by dogs and pigs. Deforestation makes the sand too warm and dry and the eggs don't hatch. Another one is incidental capture in fishing gear. During their vast migrations, they get caught in fishing gear throughout the Pacific. And finally, marine debris, which the leatherbacks mistake for their favorite food, jellyfish.
I mean, you can see how similar those are. What's a turtle supposed to do, you know?
They choke on those.
Protecting leatherbacks in U.S. waters alone is not enough to ensure the continued existence of the species. The highly migratory nature of Pacific leatherbacks requires cooperation and international collaboration. NOAA is focusing on partnerships with Mexico, Central America, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, and the Solomon Islands in the Pacific.
Our action plan promotes a holistic recovery strategy that addresses all the sources of mortality. So that's basically ensuring that the remaining nesting sites are protected and the nests produce as many hatchlings as possible. And then secondly, in tandem with that, is reducing the fisheries-related mortalities. We're working with international partners to incentivize community participation on the nesting beach conservation and developing alternative livelihood programs that wean communities off leatherback resources and introduce alternative methods for food and income. Recovery is going to take a long time, on the order of 20 to 30 years at least, before we see some of these actions bear fruit. But here in the US, we can all help leatherbacks by making seafood choices, for instance, that support sustainable fishing practices. And beachgoers can certainly do their part by keeping our oceans clean of plastic debris, picking up marine litter, particularly plastic bags.
Together with our partners, we are strengthening protection and conservation efforts to ensure a future for leatherbacks, helping them to survive and once again thrive in the waters of the Pacific Ocean.
So just an incredibly cool animal. Here's a link to that video right here. Ever since going to Puerto Rico last year, it has been my dream to see leatherback turtles in person and contribute to their ongoing survival, contribute to their conservation. This past week, I got to do exactly that. I feel incredibly lucky, and I'm so excited to share that with you today. Some of you were actually here for that stream, the stream right before this one. Previous stream was on Tuesday morning. It was earlier, much earlier than we normally stream because of the time zone difference, and it had to be in the morning because of scheduling stuff. There was just no way around that. So a lot of folks weren't able to see that live. We'll be looking at some of that footage today. But yeah, holy cow. What a whirlwind trip, being able to go to Florida. The whole thing was kind of centered around seeing those turtles, working with the folks at Loggerhead Marine Life Center up in Juno Beach, and then going down to stream at Gumbo Limbo Nature Center in Boca Raton, Florida. That was the stream. Yeah. Let me show you some of that. Again, on Tuesday. So I had an overnight flight from Monday to Tuesday. Lordy and I flew into Miami. And picked up the rental car. And then first thing, by the way, let me show you the rental car we got. It was a little ridiculous. But, oh, goodness. It was very Florida. We had a 2026 Mustang convertible that the rental agency gave us. It was really something. Zoom, zoom, indeed. Yeah, it didn't get the greatest fuel economy. It was actually pretty lousy.
Some dinosaurs developed protective armor to guard themselves from beasts like Tyrannosaurus rex.
Jump Chest, thank you for the 45 months of support. Holy cow.
45 months. Where does the time go?
I know,
I'm so
right?
glad you got to see the leatherback turtles, Danny.
Thank you, Jump Chest, and thank you for helping make that possible through your support. I would not have been able to do this without you, so thank you. Without good folks like you, thank you very much for that. As I was saying here, it was a fun car. Man, is not a practical vehicle, though. Oh, goodness, and lousy fuel economy, too. It got, maybe peaked at, 26 mpgs, that was it. But it was a lot of fun. And how was the rain? We didn't really get that much rain, Claire. Florida is kind of undergoing a drought right now. So, yeah. Anyway, so we picked up the rental car, and then on our way up to Juno Beach, we stopped at Gumbo Limbo to meet Dr. Jeanette Weineken and Emily Turla there. And some of you already saw this, but this is the turtle garden out front. They've got slightly larger than life-size models of all 7 species of turtle in the world. This is pretty darn cool. There's me with the leatherback.
We came in search of dinosaurs, but we bit off more than we could chew!
And Sigma Arson, thank you for the
Sigma
raid.
underscore and their 7 raiders should have taken a smaller bite.
Sigma Arson, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I'm just getting into a recap from my Florida trip, where we got to see leatherback turtles. This has been an absolute dream come true, and so you came in at the perfect time. But how was your stream, Sigma? I hope it was really good. We were doing some IRL. Very nice. I'll be showing some IRL clips in just a minute. But yeah, I appreciate the raid. Good to have you. Mayor of Spaces, it's raining right now. Maybe the drought is breaking. I hope so, Mayor of Space. I hope so. Anywho, Gumbo Limbo, that was really cool. Here, let me play a quick channel trailer for anybody who might be new here. It's not every day that we do a turtle stream. I'm actually trained as a dinosaur paleontologist. This is what we're all about here. I'll be right back.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There you go. I'll be out there in Wyoming, digging up dinosaurs in just a few days. I'm leaving on Sunday morning. That's the current plan. So I should be in Wyoming Monday evening, and hopefully streaming on Tuesday. But, yeah, I'm excited. It's gonna be really good. And then later in June, I'm gonna be going up to Montana. I still have to confirm with Denver and Liz, but I sent them an email already. I said I'm invited out there to join them, working up near Havre, Montana. So like north-central Montana, just a few miles south of the Canadian border, working in the Judith River Formation. So that's going to be really cool. I've never streamed with Denver and Liz before, but that's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm excited for everybody to meet a brand new crew. Anyhow, very excited about that. But for right now, back to these critters. Leatherback turtles. It is going to be hype, Pete B. It is going to be. Absolutely. Oh, the loggerheads. Very cool, Zebedee. I've got so much footage of loggerhead turtles because where I was staying in Juno Beach, Florida. Goodness, what is wrong with the... Where I was staying in Juno Beach, Florida. They have one of the largest nesting populations of loggerhead turtles, and also of leatherbacks, and then they've got a lot of green turtles too. But Juno Beach, very, very special place, and this happens to be home to the Loggerhead Marine Life Center. And I will not be near Cheyenne, Wyoming, no, see films. I'm going to be out in the western part of the state. we're all good, Claire. I think I can fix whatever's going on. So yeah, just as soon as Lordy and I got in, on our way up to Juno Beach, we stopped at Gumbo Limbo to kind of do some recon and meet Dr. Jeanette Weineken and Emily Turla, who are there at a facility where they raise leatherback turtles from hatchlings to larger hatchlings, small juveniles, before they release them. So it was really cool being able to meet them in person. They didn't have any leatherbacks there. They were monitoring a particular nest that ended up being washed out by a storm. And so the nest was destroyed. They were hoping to have baby leatherbacks there when I arrived, and they didn't have any. So I didn't think that we would actually get to see any when we came back about a week later to do a stream. It was a huge surprise that they actually had 3 leatherback hatchlings there that I was able to show on stream a week later. And I'll show you some of that footage in a little bit, but we'll get to that in due time. One of the things that I thought was really cool when I got to the hotel was they actually had this in the lobby by the front desk. It warms my heart that the people who live in this town, Juno Beach, Florida, take tremendous pride in this area being such a hot spot for marine turtles. There's so many local businesses and other establishments that are named after these turtles. I really want to write a review for this hotel and be like, hey, this is where you should stay if you want to see nesting turtles. I was able to go out at night on my own and just walk along the beach with my infrared night vision binoculars and see and video record a bunch of loggerheads, and I'll show you that footage in a little bit too. I was kind of shocked that there weren't just dozens of locals walking up and down the beach with infrared gear looking at the turtles, because that's what I would do if I lived there. I would become nocturnal, I bet. Yeah. Anyway, but so we checked into the hotel, and then that night I was slated to join Dr. Justin Peralt and his crew of the Loggerhead Marine Life Center to do some field work. Take a look at this.
There's so here we've got a leatherback hatchling and then a loggerhead hatchling. When we're driving up and down the beach, what we're looking for are those crawls that you see in the sand that move from east to west. So the animal is leaving the ocean and then crawling west towards the dune. And based on those crawls, we can kind of see what type of animal, what species of animal is up. And then what we're also doing is we're waiting for that animal to start laying her eggs before we touch her or study her, examine her in any way. As during that egg laying process, what happens is those fight or flight hormones that might tell that turtle normally, there's a big scary human predator near me, I need to go. Those hormones are significantly reduced while they're nesting. And so they're not typically responsive to external stimuli during the process when the eggs are physically coming out of the body. And so that's when we have that 8 to 12 minute window to do the majority of our work. And that's when we typically work those animals up to disturb them the least. So we'll give these guys kind of a second chance because they wouldn't have made it out of the nest on their own. Turtles and humans are not really that unique. We all eat the same things. We like to enjoy the same habitats. And so if you're seeing unhealthy animals that are a good indicator of the health of the ocean, that's just in general a good indication of the health of that ecosystem and the food that's within it. And so I think it's important for people to realize that while we do see a lot of nesting, and that is a very positive story, there's still a lot to be done. And I think just people realizing that we all overlap on this planet, and if the turtle is unhealthy, the human is likely to be unhealthy too. And I think that's important for people to remember as we're all connected.
Yep. So here's a link to that video there. So this was...
Science is whatever we want it to be.
And Brendar17, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Maximum Huditude, absolutely, Golganug. This was nuts because I streamed on Monday afternoon, and I wrapped up the stream about an hour early so I could finish packing my things. And then Lordy and I were on the road heading to the airport that evening. Overnight flight to Florida. Pick up the rental car at like 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Drive to Gumbo Limbo, meet Jeanette Weineken and Emily Turla, and then go up to Juno Beach, check into the hotel, take a quick nap, and then not long after that, I go over to Loggerhead Marine Life Center, and that evening, meet up with Justin and go out onto the beach to do field work. Before we did that, I got to Loggerhead Marine Life Center and went in through like the special authorized personnel only entrance. And the crew there, I was honestly like a little surprised. Very no nonsense. These are people who are all either under the employ of Loggerhead Marine Life Center, or they are visiting researchers, PhD students, postdocs, and everybody's just strapping all their gear on, loading up all of their equipment, you know, getting the ATVs ready, these, you know, four-wheel drive vehicles to have on the beach. Everybody's just packing everything up. Very focused. So I just kind of stood to the side. I'm like, okay, I'm a visitor here. I'm an observer. This is not, I'm not part of this world. I'm not going to get in the way. Just going to observe. And it was really cool to see just how dedicated these folks are. I have a tremendous amount of admiration for those folks who do that nesting fieldwork like that. In between all these preparations, Justin said, "Hey, Danny, come over here. I want to show you something." And so he took me over to one of the rooms there at Loggerhead, and he showed me this. A container with some leatherback hatchlings in it. All squirming around. These had been collected from a nest. I guess they had failed to erupt from the nest, so they were still down there in the sand after all of their siblings had already escaped and hopefully made it to the waves. And so he's like, we're going to pack these up. He put them into a little container, much like you saw in that video there.
We've got a...
Just like this. In fact, it might even be the same exact container. It's like an insulated lunch bag, practically. And he put those into one of the panniers on the ATV, so one of the cargo containers on the back of this. These were nice, too. Yeah, basically just like this, although it had a seat on the back, too, which I got to sit on. I was on Justin's ATV with him. And that's the first thing that we did is we went down to the beach and we released those baby turtles. Watched them make their way down into the surf, and some of them needed a little bit of help. These are probably not the strongest or savviest of individual leatherback hatchlings because they were still there in the nest when they came to investigate, like the night before or the morning before. So they needed a little bit of help, but we made sure that every single one of them made their way into the waves and swept out to sea, and inshallah they will be surviving and thriving out there. 70 says, do we know the mechanism that helps them remember the beach they hatch on yet? That's the thing, is that they don't necessarily always return to the same beach. And when we interviewed Justin the other week, this would have been 2 weeks ago, I guess, we talked about that a little bit. So let's take a look at that. Because they don't always go back to the same exact beach. Well, what are we doing here? Come on, YouTube. And we don't have a transcript here. Shoot. Oh, well. Let's see.
In Florida. So in Florida, the population's increasing. Another beach that I've worked on and some colleagues that I've worked with, you know, I was in St. Croix in 2009. It's the leatherbacks on average.
Nuts. Yeah, for a much smaller
turtle,
I guess. Anyway, I'll give you a link to that. If the transcript were working for this, that I can show you exactly where he talks about that. But it's kind of a myth that sea turtles always return to the same beach that they hatched on, and we know that this is a myth because by putting tracking devices on some of these mother turtles when they're up there on the beach, we can tell that they are nesting at different beaches. You can only hatch on one beach as an individual turtle. So if a mother turtle is visiting 6 different beaches and laying her eggs on each of them, well, you know what that tells you is they don't always go back to the same exact beach. That being said, there is something going on with these turtles where they can recognize at least the region that they hatched out of, and they will return to that. Presumably it's the females and the males too who go back there, because the males also make this migration back to that nesting region. And offshore, they breed with the females, and the females go to lay their eggs. So the migration is for the guys and the ladies too. There's something with... It's probably a suite of different things that they use for navigation. We've got some sense that they use like a geomagnetic kind of sense in order to find their way back to their natal beach, as we call it, or natal beach region, where they were born. So it's almost like they've got a compass inside of their brain, if we're going to oversimplify things. But it also probably has something to do with smell. A lot of turtles do have a pretty good sense of smell, and they can smell underwater. And different beaches are going to smell a little bit different and that kind of thing. Waters off the coast are going to have characteristic smells based on a lot of different factors. So smell is probably part of it. There's some olfactory sense there. And also, I'm sure there's something to do with probably lighting, too. Leatherback turtles have what we call a pink spot on the top of their head. So this is where the skull roof is really, really thin. And so you see this in leatherbacks. It's sometimes called the pineal skylight. Several different reptiles have this. But that pink spot on the head is where the skin is very thin, and the skull roof is very, very thin. And as Dr. Jeanette Weinigan was telling us, there's almost like a cone shape there, where there are photoreceptive cells in the brain. It's like a skylight into the brain. And we think that leatherbacks are using that maybe to sense the changing seasons. As the days get shorter or longer, they can kind of keep track of that. And so they can determine when it's time in order to start their migration back toward the nesting beaches or go back toward the feeding grounds. There's so much going on with these animals that we really don't understand, and they're experiencing the world in a way that's very different from how we experience it. As an animal that spends like practically 100% of their time in the water, Essentially 100%. The only ones who ever come up onto the shore are females when they're about to lay eggs. They're up there for maybe an hour. And they might do that up to about 14 times per season, per nesting season. And then they'll leave for a few years. So they might be spending 14 hours every 3 years on the beach, and then the entire rest of their life is out in the open ocean. And yes, they are indeed endangered, Horns fan. Yeah, let's take a look at that. We'll go to the IUCN Red List real quick, and Kelly's Coriacea, leatherback turtle. So globally, the IUCN considers them vulnerable, but there are certain populations that are certainly endangered or critically endangered. Their population trend is decreasing overall, which is very worrying. You can take a look at their range here. It is huge swaths of the Earth's oceans. Most of the Atlantic Ocean, most of the Pacific, good portions of the Indian Ocean here. These are critters that span the world, and this is not even their full range. Like, leatherbacks have been spotted up here in Scandinavia. They've also been spotted, here we go, like in this off the southern island of New Zealand. So this is not as comprehensive as I would like. Leatherbacks have been spotted all over the place here, more than this particular map would suggest, really. Yeah. 0.05%. There you go, Adam Flash. Thank you. Yeah. Lem Splash. Thank you. Anywho. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, I would suggest it has something to do with ocean currents. So that is why leatherbacks actually nest in particular places. There are some aspects of this that remain mysterious, but I think we're starting to get a handle on why particular beaches are favored by leatherbacks, and a big part of that is ocean currents. Thank you, Mikey Lex, for the 62 months. Thank you for that.
Greetings all.
Appreciate it, Mikey Lex. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Excellent. Yeah, so when we're looking at ocean currents, you've got that Florida current that comes up past Florida. Here we go. For the Gulf Stream. This is the reason why Northern Europe is inhabitable by humans, is this Gulf Stream bringing warm water up from the equator. If we, as human beings, mess up the climate and shut this thing down, the UK, the British Isles, will be uninhabitable. You'll have an ice age there. So we got to be really careful that we don't do that. And there are signs that this Gulf Stream is weakening. That's bad news. I sincerely hope everybody who's watching from the UK knows about this and understands it. Because yeah, this could ruin where you live if we manage to mess this thing up by continuing to put pollution up in the atmosphere, greenhouse gases, all of that. We can talk about that another time.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Ariana Celestine.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Thank you for the 30 months of support. Ooh. I really appreciate that, Ariana. Thank you. Anywho, the Florida current here is really, really important for marine turtles. Right along here, in fact, this is kind of a weirdly projected map because it's trying to show you the central Atlantic. I'm trying to squeeze it all. Anyway, so Florida, the shape is kind of distorted here, but that little nose jutting off there is as far as I know, that's right by Jupiter and Juno Beach. And so that is the easternmost point in all of Florida. That's what I was. Yeah, there we go, right there. So just north of West Palm Beach. They don't really show Juno Beach here. South of Port St. Lucie. There you go, just north of West Palm Beach. This is the westernmost point in all of Florida. Easternmost, excuse me. Opposite. And so this happens to be closest to the Florida current. So if you're a mother sea turtle and you want to provide the greatest chance for your offspring to survive, it's going to make sense to deposit your eggs at that beach. Because when those hatchlings get into the water, especially if you're like a leatherback, you've got to get out into the current and disappear out into the Atlantic. Get away from the beach as fast as you can because it's near the shore that you have all of these big predators. You have fishes like tarpons, you have small sharks, you have critters like that that would love to gobble up a baby turtle. Oh, nice. Ethan just sent me a text. Superb. Here, I'll show you. Here, we had our big fundraiser stream the other day. I'll give you a link to that VOD. Oh, hang on just a second. Here, I'll be right back. Hello? Yeah, this is me.
オサガメは太平洋や大西洋、インド洋に地中海などいろんなところに住むウミガメの仲間で、日本でも時々見つかったりすることがあります。大きさは大きいものだと2メートル以上、重さ500キロ以上と、身近なものだと自動販売機と同じくらいの、ウミガメどころか今生きているカメの中では一番大きい、すごいでかいカメです。しかも、一番は大きさだけでなく、泳ぐ速さもウミガメで一番速くて、潜る深さも1000メートル以上と、これまた一番深くて、泳ぐ距離も1万2000キロと、記録尽くしのとんでもないカメだったりします。そんなオサガメは、見た目が非常に特徴的で、形は上から見ると他のカメに比べて細長い流線形で、頭からお尻の方にかけてケールがある。モーターボートをひっくり返したような形になっていて、それのおかげで水の抵抗が少なく速く泳げるのではと考えられています。そしてもう一つ、見た目の大きな特徴として、他のカメのような硬い甲羅がないっていうのもあります。オサガメの甲羅は細かい骨が集まってアスファルト舗装されたみたいになった上を皮膚が覆っていて、硬いゴムのような弾力性を持っています。この弾力性のおかげで水深1000メートル以上潜っても水圧に耐えることができるというわけです。ちなみに、こういった特徴から、オサガメは英語だとレザーバックタートルもしくはレザーバックシータートルって言いますが、
Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, there was a call from the mechanic. I took the Prius in this morning for a full checkup and everything, and to get some tie rod ends replaced. We're all ready for summer field work. Can't wait. Yeah. And Oddbjorg, I did that translation myself, and I don't speak or read or understand Japanese, so I was kind of using context clues there to try and figure out what she was saying. But I think I got pretty close. All the leatherback facts there are true, by the way. Anyway, so many things happening at once. This is how it is right before the field season starts. But was I saying before all those distractions? Here we go. We had a big fundraiser about a month ago now. Ian, we were raising money for a field vehicle. Paleontologizing. It is so wonderful to see all of you here today. Happy Monday. It's the start of a new week, and we are having a very special fundraiser stream today. So I'm really glad you're here. Before we get started with that, which will just be in a moment or so, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Anyway, you know all this. But, yeah, holy cow. Well, holy cow, look, over there. Exploded our donation goal, thanks to the generosity of this community. Just incredible. We need to raise money for a vehicle rental for the field season in Wyoming, working with the Central Laramidia Project, the Mesozoic Research Center. This is the same crew that I've been working with for, I think last year marked 3 years of fieldwork. Working with Ethan Calgill and the crew out there. And, let me show you. Ethan just sent me a screenshot here. The money came through. Check that out. Phenomenal! This is just... thank you to everybody who contributed. Again, I've got to make sure that Ethan's got that list of everybody who contributed more than $50 so that we can name some sites after you. But, pretty extraordinary. So glad that that came through. Phenomenal. So again, I'm heading out there on Sunday. Hopefully I'll do my first stream from Wyoming on Tuesday. And I'll be out there for 2 weeks. And then it's on to Montana, working at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Denver and Liz Friedman Fowler and their crew. And then I've got a brief hiatus, driving back to California, going to Michigan briefly.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Steely down.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Thank you for the 32 months. Really
Duck
appreciate
season,
that.
rabbit season, field season.
Field season. Steely Dan, thank you for the 32 months. Excellent. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah. I got so distracted. This was my first ever encounter with live leatherback turtles. Seeing these hatchlings there in that container, and then releasing them out into the ocean. This was magical, and just that alone honestly would have made the whole trip out to Florida worth it. This has been on my bucket list of things to do since I was a little kid. I've always known that at some point in my life I wanted to help some baby sea turtles reach the ocean. I was not expecting to do this, so that was incredible. Just absolutely amazing. Working with Loggerhead Marine Life Center, Dr. Justin Peralt, it was pretty extraordinary. And Mayor's Space, we didn't interview any of these turtles, but you'll see in the VOD from this past Tuesday, we did get to do that. Again, hardly anybody was... Not a lot of people were here live for that because it was so early in the day. It's just how the schedule worked out, but I'll show you some clips from that. I'll show you the VOD. So anyway, the week prior to that visit, when I was with Loggerhead and got to see these baby turtles, immediately after that, well, Justin loaded them into this bag and we took them out on the beach and released them. That's probably the same one that you saw in the video clip. Then we hopped on the ATV and drove down onto the beach. That was kind of a surreal experience. There were, I think, 4 ATVs. And so the way that it works is the folks from Loggerhead will go out and patrol the beaches at night. And they're looking for these turtles coming up out of the waves, crawling their way up onto the beach, and depositing their eggs. And they're not very fast animals, especially on land. And so when you have 3 or 4 different ATVs rolling up and down the beach, this is probably like a 10-mile stretch, something like that, maybe less. Chances are you're going to catch these turtles in time to be able to see who they are, if they have tags or not. And if you need to, collect data on them. The first turtle that we ran into that night was not a leatherback. It's one of the much more common loggerheads. They're hoping to have maybe about 300 leatherback nests at Juneau Beach this year. They're already getting up there. I think that they're around 250 or something, somewhere in that ballpark. I think it's something like 8,000 loggerhead nests that they're expecting. So of course, it would make sense the first turtle we encountered was a loggerhead. Caretta, the 3rd largest species of sea turtle in the world. Just beautiful. And this one here was what we call a neophyte. So it's probably not her first time ever nesting in her life, although it might be. But she didn't have any tags on her. She was new to this research team. No flipper tag, no pit tag. It's the first time we ever got to meet her. First time anyone in that crew had got to meet her. And so Justin said, well, Danny, she needs a name. And I said, oh, do you have one in mind? And he goes, no. Do you have one in mind? Trying not to be presumptuous. And I said, do you have any turtles named Elaine yet? It's my mom's name. He goes, no. Elaine it is. So everybody meet Elaine, the loggerhead turtle. I sent my mom a picture of this turtle afterward, and she was pretty tickled. So, pretty special. Loggerheads are... It's funny how different they are. How all of the hard-shelled sea turtles are from the leatherback. Very, very different animals. So all of the hard-shell sea turtles are in one family, and the leatherback is all off on its own. I'll show you on our Tree of Life. Again, apologies if you've already seen this 100 times, but for anybody new or who hasn't seen this before, this should be instructive. Here's turtles here, the Testudinese. All of the turtles share a common ancestor, probably back in the Triassic or maybe even the Permian period, long time ago. And all of the marine turtles are related to one another, we think. 7 living species of marine turtle. You've got the green sea turtle, the loggerhead, the flatback, the hawksbill, and the Ridley's sea turtles, both olive and Kemp's. All of the hardshell sea turtles belong to one family here. This is called the Coloniidae. What is up with my keyboard today? Thank you, Alstar, for the follow. Thanks for dropping in there. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. There we go. Coloniidae. These are also called the typical sea turtles. So it's 6 of the 7 species of sea turtle are the hard-shelled or typical sea turtles, the Coloniidae. This includes the loggerhead turtle, but then we go back a little bit further. The leatherback is in a family of its own, the Dermochelyidae. It is the only species within its family, the last surviving member of its lineage, a lineage that goes back to the Cretaceous period. Leatherbacks are very different in so many ways. So I just want to emphasize that. So, loggerhead, really, really cool. And it's funny how they move in a completely different way from leatherbacks on the beach, too. Loggerheads they alternate, so they'll kind of wobble from side to side as they're moving up the beach. And I'll show you some footage of that in a little bit, footage that I took myself. By myself, doing like a night walk and using a night vision scope so I could stay a respectful distance from the turtles and not disturb them in any way. They can't see the infrared light, and so they had no idea I was even there. But, yeah, very, very cool. Zooming up and down the beach on those ATVs, we saw, I had estimated 50 or 60 different loggerhead turtles. And I'm sure Justin actually saw more than I did. He put the number at like 100. They are all over the place. It was truly extraordinary. And there were times when, we're going down the beach at maybe like 15 miles an hour or something like that. And Justin had to like kind of swerve to the side because there's a turtle coming up out of the waves right there. There's a loggerhead making her way up onto the beach. And since there are red lights on the ATVs, and the turtles can't really perceive red light, it doesn't bother them, they don't seem to notice it, they were pretty unbothered, which I thought was really funny. But yeah. And Hornsfan says, where are terrapins in relation to sea turtles? So terrapin is not really like a thing. There are different types of turtle that people who don't really know anything about turtles call terrapins. This seems to be a big thing in the UK for whatever reason. People in the UK seem pretty confused about what turtles are, to be honest. As an American, that's my perception. But there's various species of aquatic freshwater turtle that get called terrapins, but they're not really a natural group. So diamondback terrapin is a species that we have here in the U.S., but I don't know if you would call this a terrapin in the UK. But they're related to painted turtles and what they call the American South cooters, like the Alabama red-bellied turtle and Texas river cooter, Florida red-bellied cooter. Yeah. But I'm not sure what you would call a terrapin in the UK. Anyway, the point is, turtles in general belong to this group, the Testudines. And tortoises are a kind of turtle. They fall under this umbrella. As do the freshwater turtles, both the cryptodiers and the pleurodires. They're all kinds of part of Testudines. And tortoises are over here. They are a subgroup of turtles that are all part of one family here. This is the, what are they called? Testudinidae. There you go. Yeah. But anywho, if there's one subdivision of turtles that you should really understand, it's that there's two major groups of turtles. You can divide turtles into one group or the other. The cryptodiers or the pleurodires. And it has to do with... Well, what distinguishes them is the way that they pull their neck and their head back toward their shell.
Extinction is no shame, no sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually
Thank you
become
for all the education and the publicizing of conservation efforts.
Thank you, Orange
I
fan.
never stop learning here.
Thank you for the ongoing support. Thank you for helping make this education possible and this outreach and conservation. I appreciate that more than you know, Orange fan. Thank you for helping make all this work. I appreciate it. Here we go. This yeah, this diagram should work. Excellent. Cryptodiers and pleurodires. So cryptodiers include, well, everybody who doesn't pull their neck into the side. Cryptodiers, they pull their neck kind of straight back, and so their neck curves along a vertical axis, like this. The pleurodires, also called the side neck turtles, pull their neck into the side, like this. These guys are rare or possibly non-existent in North America. They're more common in Africa and other parts of what was once Gondwana, the southern continents. Anyway, sea turtles are part of this group, the Cryptodira, as are the tortoises and the cooters and the box turtles and musk turtles, and most turtles are part of Cryptodira. Pleurodira is a much smaller group nowadays. So tortoises are part of Cryptodira. All of these guys are, I think, down here we have the, there we go. I think there's 19 species of side neck turtle. There you go. Pleurodires. Yeah. Anyway, here's a link to that right there. And actually, I know Vince Reptiles has a video about this. There we go. I'll give you a link to this too if you're interested.
Well, hi there. Turtles are amazing and shockingly unique reptiles. This one, the common snapping turtle, happens to be my favorite. But there are actually 14 families of turtles alive today and around 360 recognized species. It's been a bit difficult to determine exactly how the turtles relate to the other reptiles because, as I mentioned before, they're really weird.
We have a new paper about that today, actually, which is really exciting. Where did I put that? Give me a second.
Just ask this scientician. He'll tell you that in nature.
Stoic Booty, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Here we go. New paper in Current Biology. And cool. Brandon Peacock, who's in the leadership for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. He's one of the authors here. Nice. Very, very cool. Interesting. Largest morphological phylogeny rejects Eunotosaurus as a stem turtle. That's a critter from the Permian. Interesting. Anyway, very cool. But yeah, let's get to where... Here we go, where Clint talks about how these critters are related.
Big groups of turtles, the Pleurodira and the Cryptodira.
Yep.
The easiest way to distinguish members of these groups is based upon how they retract their heads into their shells. The Pleurodira fold their heads off to the side. These are the side neck turtles, which is literally what Pleurodira means. And this clade contains 3 families, the Pelomedusidae, the Podonemytidae, and the Chilidae. Though the ancestral range of this clade extends across the globe, including marine environments.
This is a crazy looking turtle, the Mata Mata. Yeah. Just a bonkers animal. Like... What? What? There we go. What an incredibly strange looking turtle. You know? So strange. Look at the underside. Bonkers, but it's one of these side-necked turtles. They are so weird and cool. Yeah.
Today, they are all freshwater turtles found in the southern hemisphere. Of the three families, the Pelomedusidae and the Podonomididae are more closely related to one another than they are to the Chelidae. Though all three are more closely related to one another than they are to any members of the Cryptodyra clade. The Pelomedusidae are...
Anyway, let's go to... My keyboard is not working properly. What the heck? I hope the thing isn't just dying.
Extremely long neck.
Yeah, but a lot of Pleurodires, side neck turtles, they have super, super long necks. Almost reminds me of like an elasmosaurus.
Long as the carapace long. The long neck of the Matamata is so cool that we made a whole video about it. And unlike most turtles that have temperature-dependent sex determination, this family has XY sex determination like you. And that gets us to the Cryptodyra. These are the hidden-necked turtles. They are called hidden-necked turtles because, unlike the Pleurodyra, which tuck their heads into their shells sideways, leaving their neck visible, these guys pull their heads straight into their shells, concealing their necks. Yep. The remaining 11 families of turtles all fall into this group. These 11 families are divided into two big groups. The smaller of the two, the Trionychia, contains two of the weirdest of all turtle families. These are the Trionychidae and the Caretochelyidae. The soft...
Yeah. Oh, is that the fly river turtle up top?
Shelled turtles. And the pig-nosed or fly river turtle. You're not going to confuse these turtles with any others. The Trionychidae, or soft-shelled turtles, have... Wait for it. Soft shells. These shells...
Kind of. They have a hard shell underneath that soft skin. The leatherback turtle is the only turtle species in the world that actually has a truly soft shell. These guys, they have a soft outer covering to their shell.
Turtles lack the scutes of most other turtles and are instead covered with leathery skin. They are particularly soft and flexible at the edges, the margins.
Anyway, going through here, Trionychids, and we've got the tortoises, the Geomytidae, other turtles, box turtles, Calidrids. Here we go, yeah!
The other sea turtles. This clade...
Hang on.
This clade itself has two large clades. The Chelanioidea, the sea turtles, and the Chelydroidea, the snapping turtles, mud and musk turtles, and the Central American river turtle. The Chelanioidea contains two families. The Dermocheliidae.
Yeah, Dermocheliidae is the leatherback.
The leatherback sea turtle. And the Chelaniidae. All of the other sea turtles. This clade contains the largest turtle alive today, as well as Archelon, the largest turtle ever discovered at 15 feet and well over 2 tons. The largest turtle alive today is the only species in the family Dermocheliidae.
Yeah, the leatherback, Dermocheles coriacea. There you go.
Leatherback sea turtle. Found in oceans all over the world, including colder regions, as aided by their large body size and high metabolic rates, as well as a host of other adaptations like brown adipose tissue and countercurrent blood flow to the extremities. They lack scutes and have instead a leathery covering to their shells, like those of soft-shelled turtles and pig-nosed turtles.
But it's actually soft all the way through, where they do, unlike the Trionychids. Here we go. Unlike Trionychids, where they actually have a bony shell underneath, leatherbacks do not have this. again, here's a fossil one here. They have a bony shell underneath that soft, squishy exterior. It's thought that the soft, squishy exterior actually maybe helps them breathe, where they might actually be able to exchange gases with the water column like that in order to be able to stay at the bottom of a lake or a pond or something and not have to come up for air. If they slow down their breathing and everything, they can almost use that soft skin over the top of their shell, almost like a set of gills. It's like a mucous membrane that they can exchange gases with, which is incredibly cool. But anyway, the point is they do have a hard shell underneath that soft skin, unlike the leatherback, which does not. They just have ribs.
Gotta have them ribs.
And then they have a series of wafer thin dermal ossicles. So they have these tiny, tiny little bones, super, super thin, embedded in the skin, just maybe a millimeter or two thick, that forms this kind of mosaic pattern. It's pretty cool. So Welogia is a fossil turtle from Alabama, and you can kind of see that there. There we go. So this is a fossil leatherback, and if I embiggen this a bit, hopefully you can see. But these are, it's like as thin as a Triscuit or something like that, or a potato chip. What you would call in a Commonwealth country a potato crisp. Super, super thin. Yeah. Stoic Booty says, I wonder what environment caused them to evolve like that. For these guys, it seems to be deep diving. So leatherback turtles today hold the record for diving to extreme depths. Let's see, where did that go? Yeah, I know I've got that saved, even if I can't find the file. Can't find the video online. Just give me just a second, and I'll show you this to really emphasize what these critters can do, because it is pretty extraordinary. Raw videos. Looking. Scott Benson did a really cool video during COVID with Lisa Utah, whom we met down in Santa Cruz back in early February. That. It might be a different file type here. Sort by type. Oh goodness, it's such a cool animation where they show you the incredible depth to which these animals dive. Goodness, where is that? And there you go, Cold Drake. Yeah, it is pretty extraordinary. I wanted to give you a visual sense for that. If you were to like stack up a bunch of Empire State Buildings together. But it's not on YouTube, which makes it a little bit more difficult to find. I think I snagged it from Facebook or something. Second here. I'm committed now. I gotta get this. That went. Let's take a look at this.
Research.
And they can also just blow out air in order to do that. Pretty cool stuff. Huh. Interesting. Very cool stuff. Really amazing. And to emphasize just how incredibly cool that is, let me show you something from a book that I brought along with me to Florida. For just a minute. Grab that. My quarters here are just a mess right now. In between unpacking from the Florida trip and packing for field work. I'm sure I know where that meant, but know where that went. Give me a second here, and let's look at Virginia class submarine. So this is, in many ways, kind of the creme de la creme of nuclear-powered attack submarines. Let's see what their maximum depth is. Test depth over 800 feet, 240 meters.
Wow.
That is a fraction of what a leatherback turtle can do, which is extraordinary. These big stupid boats, which cost like well over $1 billion to build. $2 billion a piece. Holy cow. Leatherbacks can do that for nothing. For what? The price of some sea jellies? Extraordinary what these animals can do, you know? Just amazing. Yeah. And again, each one of these submarines can only make a projected 14 to 15 deployments during a 33-year service life. One leatherback turtle can probably live about 50 years. And, yeah, might make this many runs to the nesting grounds during that time. I don't know, I think you get a much better deal with the reptile than with the machine of destruction here. God, Bjork, don't say that. Well, if we can get some conservation money for these animals, then yeah. Anyhow, several million years of evolution, more than several, but talking about 80 million years of evolution there, Zibidee. But yeah. And what's their diet? They almost entirely eat jellies, Stoic Booty, yeah. Jellyfish, salps, tunicates, comb jellies, things like that. It's pretty wild. So when I was interviewing Scott Benson, we talked about this a little bit. Some of the least nutritious things you can think of. There we go. One of the most remarkable things about them, I think.
Yeah. They do all this crazy stuff, get to this giant size, do these incredible migrations on a diet of cold jellies.
Just nuts. I mean, I remember, I forget which book it was, but it's a turtle zoologist, and they were talking about how, you know, leatherbacks subsisting almost entirely on jellies and other soft-bodied invertebrates. It's kind of like, you know, seeing a huge, like, human bodybuilder, and you ask him what his diet is, and he goes, I just eat cucumbers. That's it.
Celery.
Exactly, yeah. Just some of the least nutritious things you can think of.
Yes.
Mostly water. And they're able to attain these huge sizes. Like, How much are they eating? That's got to be a huge quantity.
Incredible amount. So this is part of the thing. The foraging grounds that they use all have some physical characteristics that are favorable for aggregating gelatinous zooplankton, jellies and stuff.
Yeah.
And so they'll eat, like, depending on the species of jelly, half to 3/4 their weight in jellies every day.
Bonkers that they can do that. Insane, you know?
So here in California, we happen to have a, huge, well, it's variable. Some years it's better than others.
Yeah.
But lots of jellies, particularly the ones here that the turtles are after are the sea nettles.
Right, Chrysora.
Chrysora fuscescens, yes.
Okay.
The brown sea nettle. And it turns out the brown sea nettle is one of the more calorically rich options you can get compared to moon jelly. And then the turtles themselves are very clever about how they take these. So a small sea nettle, about that size, they'll just take the whole thing down in one suck. And then actually this, I mean, we saw the mouth and so forth, and so that
Here, you can hold that if you like.
sure. So I mean, this hook is nice for piercing a jelly,
teeth, right.
keep it, maintain it, not let it get away.
Yeah.
But underneath here, in the throat, it's actually like a Gular sac.
Right, yeah.
So, I mean, I've had some animals we were necropsy that were dead stranded on the beach. And I was able to pull this thing one time, and I could hear the when I did
the
this.
Suction?
Suction.
Right. Okay.
So it's actually, and I can see this on video too occasionally, where it's all of a sudden it just scooped in.
So they're doing suction feeding, almost like a beaked whale or something.
Kind of like that, but only on these small jellies.
Interesting.
On the bigger jellies, once they get to be like this,
You have to take bites out of them?
they got to take bites out of them. And what they do is they will hold the bell, but they don't eat the bell.
So the bell is the round part on top.
Bell's like the wrapper.
Yeah.
They are eating all the stuff underneath the bell, which is the manubrium and the gonads and the arms. And it turns out that's the most caloric-rich part of the jelly.
Interesting.
So
That
it's a larger jelly. They're handling it. They're handling that bell, but they will scour everything else out underneath and leave the bell just kind of like a burrito wrapper or something like that.
Do you ever use that to track them? Just like a trail of
Absolutely.
That's so cool.
We kind of look at it as a calling card or something like,
Leatherback was here. Yeah.
Leatherback was here. There's a jelly with like a half moon bite out of the bell, but nothing else underneath it.
Interesting. And Cold Drake says, I was wondering how they avoid the potential stinger cells. They eat them. They do. We don't really know how they can do that and not be harmed by it, but yeah. Stoic Booty says, leatherbacks are now my new favorite sea turtle. They are, honestly, I'm very biased here, but they are by far the coolest of the marine turtle species. They're the coolest turtle species alive today. They're unique. There's nothing else like them. They're so different from all other sea turtle species, all other turtle species in general. There's nothing like a leatherback, you know? If we can find that quote. Yeah, James Spatila, who's a marine turtle researcher. Here he is here from Drexel University. And he wrote this book, which is one of the best popular books on sea turtles. It's called Sea Turtles: Complete Guide to Their Biology, Behavior, and Conservation. Yeah, highly recommend that book. Good stuff. Let me find it for you on Thrift Books real quick, and then I'll read you this quote. There you go. Yeah. Nemata says, I'm not sure, Murph. I don't know about that. Yeah. Be news to me. Good to see you, Murph, by the way. Hope you're doing well. But James Spatila wrote, there is no other animal in the world that compares to a leatherback. Other turtles are nice, but they're not leatherbacks. A leatherback is a truly regal creature. I think it's the most beautiful animal in the world. It's the biggest wild animal that you can walk up close to without getting attacked. They're certainly a lot like living dinosaurs, more so than anything still living on Earth, save for birds who literally are living dinosaurs, but you know what he means. It's true, I think. There's something extraordinary about them. I should show you some of the footage of some of the leatherbacks that I saw on the beach. This was just extraordinary. I could hardly believe it. I was just blown away. So I was, on the back of this ATV with Justin, and then suddenly come to a stop, and I go, holy cow, that's a leatherback. Oh my goodness. We'd seen dozens of loggerheads up until this point, and this is something twice as big. It's a leatherback. Just extraordinary. This is Gibson. She had been previously tagged. She's the first adult leatherback I've ever met. There she is, and she is just gorgeous. I was speechless for a minute. Just, here's this 800-pound Mesozoic marine reptile sitting there on the beach. She was just about to start laying her eggs when we encountered her. Just extraordinary. Forgive me for taking so many pictures. Here's a quick little video. She's just finishing digging out the nest cavity of her eggs right there. So she'd already dug the body pit. You can see her hind flipper reaching down into there. And it was extraordinary watching this happen. I know I talked about this on stream a couple of times, but seeing it in person was even more bizarre. Those hind flippers are so incredibly thin. And yet, those digits in there are so flexible. So she's putting her hind flippers up into that hole, down into that hole, and scooping out sand. Just like a human hand, going like this, and then blah. So she's literally like cupping the sand with her hind flipper, rotating it to the side, and then patting it down, and going back and doing the whole thing again. And it blew my mind seeing this, because she can't see what she's doing. Her head is way up there. She can't look over her shoulder. That's not the way that her body is set up. She has to do all of this by touch. She does such a good job of it. Just digging out that nesting cavity like that is wild. And the sides of it were so smooth. Like, you or I would not be able to do that. With our dexterous, wondrous human hands, we cannot match that kind of precision and skill that she just does absolutely instinctually. Just extraordinary, you know? It was really wild to see, you know? So here's Justin taking some measurements of her carapace. We saw in that video last week that they used to actually hoist these animals up with a tripod in order to be able to weigh them. I'll show you footage of that here. They don't do this anymore. Because Justin and the team have actually devised a clever way around this. They came up with a mathematical formula in order to be able to tell how much these animals weigh based on measurements.
And then you take the blood sample, and the blood that we use for these guys is, we do all different things. So you guys all go to the doctor and get your blood panel for, they tell you your cholesterol is too high, or your glucose is too high, or your protein's too low. We do the same thing with the turtles. It's the same biochemical panel that your dog or your cat would get, or you would get at the vet. And a lot of the blood analytes tell us the same things in turtles as they do in humans or domestic animals. Another thing that we do, sorry for the green scale actually. Okay. So we actually pick these turtles up on the nesting beach. We're the only people in the world that are doing this at the moment. And we have perfected this system. So this tripod that we have is only one of two in the world. It's proprietary to a university out in California that they designed to weigh elephant seals. We thought, they're about the same size. We could probably use it for a leatherback. So the goal of this, by picking these animals up and seeing how much they weigh, we also score their body condition. So we are very judgmental. We say, oh, she's really skinny or she's really fat. But we like the big girls here with the leatherbacks. We want them to be a really large body condition. So that's a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being emaciated, 5 being obese. And we don't really see a lot of 5s on the nesting beach. Again, they're fasting. They're not really eating a lot of food, so they lose a lot of weight during nesting season. But one of the reasons we pick these up...
They're just totally focused on continuing their lineage, on getting their genes out there, laying as many eggs as possible. Studies done in Costa Rica on the nesting leatherbacks show that they come back as often as 15 times during one nesting season. And they'll take a few years off, recuperate, bulk up again, taking a lot of food, get their body condition up again, and then they'll make the journey back to the nesting beaches and lay a ton of eggs in a bunch of different nests throughout the season. So I think it's like every 9 or 10 days they come back during a nesting season. So they'll lay a nest, covered over with sand, leave, and then their body is generating more of these eggs. Those follicles inside their ovaries are producing these eggs like that, and then they store them up, and then they go up onto the beach again. Dig a nest, deposit the eggs, and they could do this as much as 14 times in a particular season.
Up is to see if there's anything in the blood that can tell us about her physical health. So we're judging her, we're giving her a score, we're taking her blood, we're looking at her barnacle load. You see this turtle, all those white spots on her, she's full of barnacles. Yeah. We're looking at shoulder.
So the really cool thing is they've been able to test this method, this calculation, and it's very, very close, as Justin's about to say.
Shoulder fat, hip fat, the length of how high her ridges are, all of these things that can just give us a general indication of the health. So can we tell just by taking a small blood sample how healthy this animal is? So I'm not going to tell you any of those results right now. I'm just going to show you how we picked them up. This is Copley. She was originally tagged in 2013. We saw her about 6.
And Stoic Beauty says, are the barnacles painful for them? I don't think so. And leatherbacks have far fewer barnacles than other species of sea turtle. Loggerheads seem to have the most generally. Loggerheads can often have like an entire ecosystem on their back. It's kind of crazy the number of different species that live on a loggerhead. Leatherbacks have got this smooth, leathery skin, and for whatever reason, it's much more difficult for barnacles to gain purchase on there. So you'll find far fewer barnacles on a leatherback, typically, than other species of sea turtle. In fact, the leatherbacks that I saw, and I saw 5 of them, was up close to them. I don't know if I saw a single barnacle on the turtles themselves. I did see some barnacles on something else, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But yeah.
6 times last year. She was pretty loyal to Juno, and she's huge. So this is how you pick up a leatherback. So when they're digging, laying their eggs, we're digging underneath her. So she's a really wide animal. So she's about 5 feet wide, her shell at the widest part up by her shoulders.
Nuts.
And so we have one person on one.
5 feet wide. That's like 1.5 meters or more. Extraordinary, you know?
Outside digging underneath her, 2 holes, and the other person on the other side, and then you kind of twiddle fingers, and then you put these straps underneath her. And then you lift her up and you say, oh, she's maybe not, she's a little top heavy, so she may be head down. And we're digging out her flippers here because those flippers are so long, right? There's about an 8-foot wingspan. So we're trying to dig those out so nothing on her body is touching the ground. So this is after she's laid her eggs, and you see this animal could care less. I think they like it. It's almost like, sea turtle's not used to gravity, right? They're used to being in the water. So coming on land is incredibly costly, but I think it feels like they're back in the ocean probably. It's probably just familiar to them to be suspended. So this is, take a picture real quick, everybody. So this turtle was 1,200 pounds. So this was the second largest animal that we've ever weighed, the largest.
1,200 pounds. That's a turtle. Extraordinary.
I'll show you a little bit later is Patricia. She was 1,320 pounds, which for a nesting animal is incredible. So this is a body condition of 4, as you probably could guess, is about as high as we get on the nesting beach.
That's after laying, Murph, yeah. Yeah.
You put him back down.
And Shiny says that's more than my old horse weighed. Yeah. You have a turtle that weighs more than a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. Like, bonkers, you know?
And what's really funny is when they're in the air, you know, we do this when they're rear flipper covering. So when she's done laying her eggs, she's kind of tamping the sand down, she's patting it down, and she's doing that in the air. She's reaching for the sand, trying to feel it. So there's really no alteration to their behavior. So that's Copley. And yeah, it was a very loyal animal, and one of the first animals we saw this year.
When he says loyal, he means she returns to the same beach. She really likes Juneau Beach and keeps laying her eggs there at that particular beach. And there you go.
So I told you why we weighed them, and I don't. This is all big scary numbers that it doesn't matter.
Here's that formula.
The point is that what we do is we take all of these measurements from these animals. So here we're taking that circumference of Sarah that you see here and me. This is Dot again, which she was very photogenic this year. We dug under her, and we're measuring that body circumference. So just that.
So this is the same exact thing that I was showing you. Whoops, where was that? There we go. This is what Justin is doing right there. Is he's measuring the carapace width on this particular turtle. This is Gibson right here. That's exactly what he's doing.
Circumference at the widest part of her shoulders tells us her mass, or how much she weighs, at about 93% accuracy.
There you go.
When you add in how long her shell is, or the carapace we call it, how wide her shell, or how wide the shell is, and how fat her neck is, we can actually predict their mass by about 97%. So if we plug in all of Copley's numbers here, which is what I've done, her estimated mass was 1,186 pounds. Her actual mass was 1,190 pounds. So
they're up by 4 pounds. This is really, really cool. I love this kind of work because you're trying to come up with a formula to predict the mass of this animal. So you can take all those measurements, you can run the numbers, you come up with an estimate, and then you can test that by actually weighing her. And it turns out they've got this down really, really close to the actual number. This is really impressive stuff, you know? And she gets that big by eating jellies. Exactly, Deathsaurus. Extraordinary, right? Yeah.
An equation that gives us a 0.4% difference. Weighing them was fun for a little bit, and then it got really challenging. It's just a lot to carry on the beach and drive around. Yeah. So we're happy we have a mathematical equation now that we can do, and we don't have to lift them anymore, and we can now share this worldwide. So everybody can now tell how much a leatherback weighs just by taking a few measurements.
So this is really, really cool science, and it was really cool to be able to witness this, you know? Yeah. A lot more. There you go, Murph. Yeah. These folks know what they're doing. I was very, very impressed with everybody at Loggerheads, so yeah. So there we go. There's Gibson there. And she was not a particularly big leatherback, but she was beautiful. just, what a sweetheart. And you can see those tears coming down right there. So, this is how they get rid of salt. They've got these huge salt glands. They're inside their skull. I'll show you. Into my leatherback literature folder. There's a really cool illustration by Raul Martin in here. And there's a team, I think in Costa Rica, doing this to weigh one of their leatherbacks. There we go. So there we go. Here's the brain, but then on either side, you've got these glands. Massive salt glands capture excess salt from the turtle's jellyfish diet and excrete it in viscous tears. So the purple thing right there is not the brain. Those are the salt glands. So it's essentially like a big, well, I think a pair of big kidney-like organs behind the eyes. They use this for extracting the salt from the water that they ingest, and then they expel the salt through their eyes. Really cool. Kidney eye, there you go. Confused kidney, yeah. Yeah. And are the tears continuous? They seem to be, Murph, yeah. It's cool because I was looking at some of the other species of sea turtle. I was looking at the loggerheads through IR scope at night, and they would come out of the water and, you know, you don't see the tears or anything, but after like a minute or two, you see these big long streaks in the infrared scope of those tears coming down. So I think it is more or less just continuous. They're just always doing this in the water. Really cool. And Horns fan says, how often do humans, including researchers, find and encounter these creatures underwater away from the beaches? Almost never. It's very rare. Since leatherbacks, they are what we call a pelagic species. They're mostly way out at sea. They do sometimes hang out near the coasts, but like, they're not the sort of animal that you encounter in the shallows. Other species of sea turtle you might find in the shallows pretty often. Scuba divers and snorkelers, you know, if they're out there on a reef near Hawaii or the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, you will see other species of sea turtle. It is a rare and special thing to encounter a leatherback in the wild. It's not common. I'll show you a video of a father and son who encountered a leatherback. Somewhere, but it's really cute. The kid's like, saw a leatherback, it was huge, really big. What's that? But it's worth watching. It's just really cool seeing this footage. This is a different one, but failing to find the other one, we can watch that instead. But you're incredibly lucky if you get to see one of these animals in their natural habitat. not coming up on the beach. That's why the female leatherbacks are so much better studied than the males, is because they show themselves. They show up on the beach. They haul out onto the sand, and you can study them, you can poke and prod them and take measurements and everything else. The males don't typically do that. Seen this before. I have to add this to the playlist. But yeah, it's rare enough that, like, it's kind of remarkable, and you want to record this if you see one. Anakin Gabriel says, how do they sleep? They swim while they're sleeping. Kind of like dolphins. They kind of never stop moving. It's thought that they spend less than, like, a fraction of, well, less than 1% of their time stationary. They are just always on the move. And don't they turn off half their brain? That's kind of the assumption, Murph. Yeah, I don't think it's that well understood. But yeah, what an extraordinary animal. Unihemispheric sleep, that might well be it, Goldeneck, yeah. Here's a link to that video right there. And is that why they move slow? Says Ongoing. No, they do not move slowly. They swim about 3 times faster than Olympic gold medalist Michael Phelps. They are not slow creatures. Not at all. Check that out. Just look at that. What an extraordinary creature. And you can just see how streamlined they are. They are extraordinarily well adapted to life in the ocean. And this one's curious. Just checking out the diver there. You see those remoras hitching a free ride. Yeah. What an extraordinary animal. And you see that little notch right there on the foreflipper? That could very well be like, it could be that when this turtle was very young, it got bitten by a fish, or that could be a shark bite or something. Each one of them has got telltale signs of encounters they've had in the past with predators, or with boats, or with fishing gear. Each of these turtles, they've got individual, unique characteristics. So they're identifiable on an individual level. Each one has a unique pattern of spots like this. No 2 leatherbacks are exactly the same. Yeah, it's a Mesozoic marine reptile. These critters were swimming around at the same time that tyrannosaurs were walking around on land. Just bonkers, you know? Oh, cool. And, By the way, I should hasten to add that these photos that I'm showing you here of these leatherbacks, these ones that I took on the nesting beaches, these are under permit. So if you're not working with an organization like Loggerhead Marine Life Center, with a group of researchers and conservationists, people who are studying these animals to help protect them, you cannot get close to these animals. They're protected under federal law and under state laws in most U.S. coastal states. You can get in big trouble if you get too close to these animals and you're not permitted to do so. So with that, I should put up this little disclaimer. All marine turtle images taken in Florida were obtained with the approval of the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Here we go. Got it? Under conditions not harmful to this or other turtles, images were acquired while conducting authorized research activities pursuant to FWC Permit MTP 205. Again. Very official stuff. So yeah. Do not get close to these animals. Do not approach. Don't try this at home, kids. There you go, Dirt or Bust, yeah. And Murph says, do remoras pick a critter and stick with it, or just whatever big critter they find at the time? With leatherbacks, they're probably not going to be able to stick with them for very long because these critters just dive so deep. So at a certain point, when a leatherback goes down, those remoras are going to have to bail because they can't go down probably more than 1,000 feet without being crushed by the pressure. I don't know what the maximum dive depth for a remora is. I want to look that up real quick. But yeah, I betcha... Let's see... Huh. Anyway, that could be one of the reasons why leatherbacks occasionally dive so deep, is maybe they just get fed up with all of these freeloading remoras all over them. Because when you've got a bunch of those fishes stuck to you, tagging along with you, it might slow you down a little bit. And so, I wouldn't be surprised if occasionally the leatherbacks go like, well, you're nuts to this. Let's ditch these guys. They just dive way deep, and all the remoras have to bail, or else they'll get, you know, they'll descend to crush depth, and then it's curtains for them. I wonder how often leatherbacks do that. They're like, they just dive just to get rid of those remoras if there's too many. And Stoic Booty says, what happens when you come across the babies during hatching? Would it be a good idea to call the local Fish and Wildlife Service to let them know? No, because it's best to just step back and watch them. Especially at a place like Juno Beach where I was, there are thousands of marine turtle nests all over those beaches. And most of the time they hatch out during the night, when nobody's around to see them. There's fewer predators at night, it's not as hot out, and it's easier to find the ocean when it's nighttime. When they hatch out during the day, it sometimes means that like something's not quite gone according to plan. But the important thing is just step back and let them do their thing. Don't touch them. Don't get in their way. All of that. Yeah. Oh, and cool, Dr. Tara. Nice. Oh, I wonder if this is the one that Matt was talking about. Hang on. No, this is a different one. Oh, cool. Unalahi. And JVP. Excellent. We might talk about this with Matt Lamana in person when I'm in Wyoming. But thank you, Dr. Tara. Nice. Pretty cool. And Anakin Gabriel says, isn't this the regular rule for animals in the wild to always avoid interacting with them? If you can, yeah. But with sea turtles in particular, they are protected under U.S. law. You can get in big trouble if you harass them. Here, I'll show you the sign. Here we go. So again, Do not disturb sea turtle nest. Violators subject to fines and imprisonment. No person may take, possess, disturb, mutilate, destroy, cause to be destroyed, sell, offer for sale, transfer, molest, or harass any marine turtle or its nest or eggs at any time. So there you go. We need to take conservation of these animals very seriously because all of the species of marine turtle that we get in U.S. waters, save for the green turtle, are endangered. And green turtles, they could have a couple of bad years and they could be on the endangered species list again like that, potentially. It's important to remember this, you know? Yeah. But yeah. What a privilege to be able to see these animals. Again, this is Gibson here. After her, we had several other leatherbacks. There's her again. She doesn't really know that I'm there. This red light, they can't really perceive. As a marine animal, their eyes are specialized for seeing underwater, and red light travels the least distance through water. If you're an animal that's evolved to be in a marine environment like this, you don't really care about the color red, you know? So that's why we use red lights there on the beach. So there she is, and I think researcher here is checking her pit tag, the transponder there, and then here is Justin taking a look at those eggs. So this is the back of this leatherback there. And he's kind of pulling her rear flipper aside so that he can see into the nest. And there's her eggs. Leatherbacks lay the largest eggs of all sea turtles, which makes sense. They're by far the largest sea turtle. Whereas other sea turtle eggs are about ping pong ball size, table tennis ball size. These ones are about the size of billiard balls, like, you know, from a pool table. And they're bigger than I was expecting. Yeah. And they might look big on this screen, but they're, you know, they're like that. Oh, sweetie pie. Yeah. What are you doing? You're interrupting, sweetie pie. You're interrupting. Get out of my water. Don't go in there. Don't go in there. What are you doing? And Dirterbus says, I like the fact how the eggs are buried deep enough that walking over a nest is almost harmless to it. It is, yeah. And they're the sand is all tamped down. I'll show you footage of some of these mother turtles tamping down the sand on the nest. It's really cool. Stop it. Hey, get off there. Stop it. And there you go, Cacklin's Wharf, yes. She's also pushing the camera all around. Stop that. Stop that. What are you doing? I know you missed me. I missed you too. I missed you too. I did. Huh. Yeah. Oh, good stuff. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Pretty darn cool. There's the eggs there, and then there they are in the nest. So they're pretty deep down. So I'd guess these are probably like 3/4 of a meter down, like well over 2 feet down. Actually, they're probably about a meter. And they get completely covered up by sand there. And Stoic Booty says that's a lot of eggs. They'll lay about 50 of them. I think that's about average for a leatherback. So it's fewer eggs than other species of marine turtle lay in a nest, but the eggs are much larger. And I think leatherbacks go and typically have they lay more clutches in a season than most, if not all, other marine turtles, if I remember correctly.
If it disagrees with experiment,
well,
it's wrong. In that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are, who made the guess, or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's all there is to it.
Rhacodactylus, how are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here, Reiko. Holy cow. I was just showing off some of the photos and videos that I took on the beach with these nesting leatherbacks. It was a great trip, RB42. I was so lucky to be able to take it, and I'm so excited to share it with you. Reiko, how was your stream? Everybody, if you're not yet following Rhacodactylus, you are missing out. Like me, he's also a scientist, but his field is a bit different. He's a cognitive scientist. He studies why people believe things, especially weird things. Whether it's urban myths, urban legends, internet misinformation, conspiracy theories, all kinds of stuff like that. Why do people believe weird stuff? That's what he's all about, is studying them. That's what his PhD is on. And he talks about that on Wednesdays and Thursdays now too, maybe. Doing some science and technology today. Excellent. Anyway, Reiko, it's great to have you here. Thank you for rating it. I appreciate it. Check this out. And again, we've got that little disclaimer at the bottom. Here we go. Yeah. All marine turtle images taken in Florida were obtained with the approval of the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Permit number MTP205. So yeah, good stuff. This is all as legit as it can be. What a privilege to be able to join this crew and see these nesting turtles. Just incredible. Yeah. And here we go. Here is a video. Oh, an extremely brief video. You know, it's field work. Not every piece of footage is going to be perfect. But, here we go.
Get razor blade.
There we go. This might have been... Yeah, there we go. So this particular turtle... Was it Gibson, actually, who had this? Or is this a different one? Info... 11:30 to Maybe it was Gibson. Shoot. Okay. So in studying these turtles, in order to be able to track them, to keep track of who laid which nest where, all of that, all of these data are really, really important. Researchers will put tags on them. There's the pit tag that goes up in the shoulder of the animal. So that's here, we'll let Justin explain that real quick. I don't know if he talks about that here, actually. No, okay. Anyway, they get a pit tag in their shoulder, which is a little... I think it's an RFID chip, essentially. So you put a scanner over it, and you can detect it. It's the same thing that you'd put in a cat or a dog who's chipped. It's a little tag about the size of a grain of rice. So that can have information about the turtle in it, but that's not really a visible thing. You can't just look at it and go, oh yeah, this turtle has a pit tag or not. In order to have a visual indicator that this turtle has been tagged before, they get a flipper tag, which is a little piece of metal that clamps onto the bit of webbing in between the rear flipper and the tail. Yeah. Oh, and very cool Raikodactyls. Here, before we get back to the flipper tags. Ask a Scientist stream that Reiko just did. Very, very cool. Beals List Retraction Watch. Nice. Nobel Prize disease. Yes, Reiko. Did you talk about Linus Pauling? Whole vitamin C thing? Yeah. Super cool. Super cool. Chip and shoulder. There you go, Golganak. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, one of our turtles... I was talking about how leatherbacks don't get as many barnacles as other species of sea turtle. There's no hard shell for the barnacles to attach to. Leatherbacks, there's something about their skin where it's sleek enough, smooth enough that encrusting organisms like barnacles, they have a difficult time getting purchase on them. But if there's something else attached to a turtle, say there's fishing line wrapped up around her, or bits of net or rope or something like that, that provides a substrate that barnacles can adhere to. That can really slow them down. That particular turtle that I was just showing you, she had this weird mass on one of her rear flippers, and I'm like, what is that? Are those barnacles? What is this? That was her metal flipper tag. The barnacles had managed to stick to the tag, the hard surface of that metal tag, and pretty much nowhere else on her body. And there's just this big lump of barnacles just hanging on her flipper like that. And so Justin's like, this is not gonna do. We need to remove that, and we'll put a new tag on her. One that's not encrusted with all kinds of barnacles and junk. So what was really cool is he was able to remove this tag, and the barnacles too, which are stuck to the tag. And then I guess he was able to pry the barnacles off, and he hands it to me, and he goes, here, souvenir. And I have that tag now. I'll show you. Let me go get it. right there. This is a flipper tag. So for years, this traveled with a leatherback turtle attached to her flipper. And now I turned it into a necklace by putting this ball chain around it. I'm like inordinately excited about this. This is so cool. Yeah. There we go. There's her identifier number. I actually sent an email to Justin. I couldn't quite remember which turtle it was. It might actually have been Gibson now that I'm looking at the photos. Yeah. Trust the focus here. Reward. Premio. Premio must mean reward in Spanish, huh? Department of Biology. UF, that's University of Florida, Gainesville, Florida, USA. Pretty darn cool. So now, I can wear this all over the place. And, use it for outreach purposes. A flipper tag from a leatherback turtle. Yeah. We can monitor his migration patterns. There you go, Reiko. Yeah. There's no transponder on this. You have to discern it visually with the old Mark I eyeball. But incredibly cool. Yeah, I'm so happy to have this. This is it's extraordinary. Yeah. Yeah, it must have been Gibson actually, now that I think about it. And Justin may have even replied at this point. Let me take a look real quick. Shot in the dark, see if he's gotten back to me. It was Gibson. Okay. Tagged in 2024. All right. So for 2 years, this has been on the back of the turtle. She had one gooseneck barnacle, but the other barnacles were either... Oh, this is so cool. He knows the genus names. Platylepis or Stomatolepis, I think. The other leatherback was Kelly. We saw Gibson, then Donna, then drove up to Jupiter to see the team with Kelly, then down to the other team to see Darlene. I think we also had Gaia, but you may have missed her. I don't remember seeing Gaia. Juno came back the other night. 1,200 pounds. Was good to see her again. It had been 4 years. That is so awesome. Thank you so much to Dr. Justin Peralt for getting back to me. This is so cool. I didn't realize. That makes me even happier that this is Gibson's tag. This is the first adult leatherback turtle I've ever seen alive. I have a little keepsake from her. It's pretty special. Wow. Yeah. So cool. Holy cow. I look forward to having conversations with people about this for years to come. Incredibly cool. Oh, Gibson. Oh my goodness. What a privilege. Her, and so Justin was taking a little sample from her nest. Not taking one of the eggs, but taking one of these spacers, as they called them at Loggerhead. These little, I'd read about them as shelled albumin gobs, but they're these little yolkless eggs. They don't have an embryo, they don't have a yolk. It's just albumin and shell. And there are a lot of different hypotheses for why these turtles produce these. They're like little bonus mini eggs without the vital parts of an egg inside. There's an idea that, oh, well, maybe these help space out the eggs a little bit more, the eggs with embryos in them. And they make it more likely for the hatchlings to be able to get out of the nest if there's a little bit of space in between. Or maybe, you know, nest predators will feed on those and leave the actual eggs with embryos alone. Maybe it has a purpose for satiating predators. Almost like a decoy. Or maybe they're not for anything. Maybe it's just a production overrun, you know? Here's extra raw material that these mother turtles are producing, and they're generating all of these eggs inside their bodies. And it's just, here's a bit of extra shell and albumin that it's just got to make its way down the conveyor belt, and it seems like that is the answer that everybody is kind of leaning toward nowadays. I talked with Justin, I talked with Jeanette, and they were both like, yeah, the spacers, the shelled albumin gobs, there doesn't have to be a reason for them, you know? It's one of the interesting things about nature is sometimes things don't have a purpose. Sometimes things just are. And I think we as human beings often struggle with that notion. Like, we think that everything has to have some kind of reasoning behind it. Sometimes things can just be, you know? It's important to remember that nature doesn't always conform to our expectations. They don't work the way that we would design them to work because, well, they weren't designed. They evolved via natural means. And good enough is good enough for the purposes of survival and evolution. Is that a thing in chickens? Fairy eggs in chickens. They're small and yolkless. It might be the same thing, Volcanek, yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, nature has no obligation to make sense to us. Excellent point, Charlie's Dragon. Well said. So cool. Yeah. Gibson. What an extraordinary animal. We saw 3 other leatherbacks that night. And this actually might be somebody else. Yeah, so... Hang on, Justin was saying... we saw Gibson, then Donna. We drove to Jupiter to see the team with Kelly, and then down to the other team to see Darlene. So, Gibson, Donna, so this would be Donna... I think. Right? Yeah. 1219. Yeah. So this would be our second leatherback. This would be Donna here. You get the metadata there. Excellent. Yeah. Just extraordinary. There's a close-up of her head. There's that, oh, you see those tears coming down, all laden with salt like that? Dewom Slayer says, they're so cute, they really are. You have no idea. Holy cow, being that close to a wild animal who's that big. This 800-pound reptile who hauled herself up out of the waves. Just heaved her hulking mass up onto the beach. Stopped and dug out this intricate, beautiful pit out of the sand and deposited her eggs. It's kind of indescribable. Like, I'm at a loss for words trying to express how cool and weird and wild that is. It's like nothing I've ever seen before in my life. Just... I feel so incredibly lucky to have been able to see these creatures in person. You know? Truly wild. Just nuts. let's see. So who is this? Here. Info. 12:31 a.m. So I think this is still Donna here. There we go. This might be 1:04 a.m. This is going to be Kelly. Kelley. Or no, is this... Nope, that's Darlene at this point. This is our last leatherback. She's the one who seemed to have the most scars. You can see the team... I'm not sure who this is who's covering up Darlene's eyes. But normally we're just using red lights around these turtles in order to not stress them out. They can't really perceive that red light. That's not how their eyes work. But in order to get good photographs of any distinguishing marks or scars on her, we got to use actual, white or yellow lights in order to get good photographs. So covering up her eyes is a way to keep her from getting stressed out when you're using these non-red lights. But you can see right up here near her shoulder, she's got this big kind of raw spot. So she had been entangled in some fishing gear at one point, and this is a really common thing for leatherback turtles. There will be fishing lines, there will be ropes, pieces of fishing gear that they get snagged on them, and these turtles are just constantly moving 24/7, and that can be a death sentence for them if they get caught up in it and it strangles them or it keeps them from surfacing or diving properly. She was really lucky in that I guess that had cut into her flesh a little bit, but either the team snipped that earlier in the season or it just kind of came off naturally, but she was lucky in that regard, Yeah. Doom Slayer says, poor lady, this is really common, but she's in good shape, That's the thing about turtles is that they're remarkably resilient animals if you just give them half a chance. They can survive grievous injuries. I would prefer that they don't receive any injuries at all, but they're tough critters. And the reason that, the fact that they are endangered, that so many things that we do hurt them, that's not a testament to their vulnerability. It's a testament to our carelessness as human beings. Just putting all of this trash and garbage and discarded fishing gear and just all this nonsense out in the ocean. These creatures get caught up in. They can survive an awful lot, but we're doing more than an awful lot of pollution. This is the last leatherback that I saw that night. Again, this is Darlene, and this is the one I was able to get closest to. The fieldwork is kind of wrapping up at this point before the crew went in to log their data and put away their samples and everything else, and write notes for the morning crew. So I just got to sit here with this turtle for a while, and that was extraordinary. It really was. Again, this is Darlene here. I think she was just about finishing her nesting at this point. Oh, here's a video. So she's tamping down with her rear flippers. You see her tail there in the middle. Right here. So she's doing this little dance where she covered her nest up with sand. Now she's sweeping more sand over it with those rear flippers. And then she's putting her body weight from her rear quarter up, and now she's using her fore flippers to cover her nest too. Yeah. What an extraordinary animal. Anyway, this might be a longer video. It's taking a minute to load here. But I was able to sit with her for like a solid, probably 20 minutes. And actually got to watch her go back out into the ocean. That was pretty wild. So apologies for the video quality. This is, again, taken in the dark of night. This is my kind of crummy red headlamp. See those scars there on her shoulder. There she goes. You can see those big salty tears hanging down like icicles off of her eyes. Yeah. Extraordinary. Incredibly cool. Here's another video here. This might take a minute to load. Oh, there she is. She is starting to make her way down toward the waves again. It's funny. They rarely kind of take a direct path. They kind of meander a little bit. It might be to help throw off nest predators. You know, like help confuse them to throw them off the scent of the nest. Oh, and there's the, since I had such a wimpy little headlamp, Justin's like, here, you want one of these if you're going to be doing this work in the future. And so I got myself one. I now have a marine turtle researcher approved brighter headlamp. I'll show you. I didn't know just how ineffective the headlamp that I brought would be. So I ordered this, and it was here. Also, I got home yesterday. There we go. So for the next time that I'm out there with leatherbacks, much brighter. Here. Let's turn off the lights in here for a second. I'll show you. Ready? There we go. And I don't want to turn these lights off because they're kind of a pain in the butt to turn back on. But here, let's turn off that light at least. There we go. Excellent. So, yeah, I'm excited. That's going to be really nice for future nesting field work. I've got a light just like the pros. That is the Nitecore, Nitecore NU27, if anybody's looking for a particularly bright headlamp. Not sponsored content. It's not an ad. Just, it's what the pros use. So, one of the cool things that I was able to do staying there at Juno Beach was every night, well, not every night, but a bunch of these nights I decided to go out and, I guess it was only 3 nights in a row, and try to find some turtles on my own. Not being under permit, though, since I wasn't out there with the Loggerhead team when I was out there by myself. I had to make sure that I was abiding by various laws protecting these turtles, so I would keep my distance. I'd be about 20 meters away from them. But I was able to look at them through an infrared scope that I brought with me. which I have right over here. Here, let me grab that and I'll show you, and then I'll show you some of this footage. So this was surprisingly affordable, and you can tell by the styrofoam case. But this is a night vision infrared scope. Still got some sand on it. But what's really neat is, can I turn the lights off again? I'll show you how this works. Here we go. Press this twice, and you get night vision mode. So it's using an infrared light here, which is invisible to you and me, but the infrared sensor on here can pick it up. But even in total darkness, you can see like a black and white image of whatever the infrared light is shining on. So there's the head of our leatherback on the wall right there. Pretty cool, right? So this takes photos, which are kind of subpar, honestly. The videos are what are really cool. You can really tell what you're looking at through the videos. And when I went out there on the beach by myself, I was able to keep a safe and respectful distance from all of these loggerhead turtles that I saw. Their beach was just, I wouldn't say swarming with them, but walking about a mile or two from the hotel maybe, I would see maybe 5, 6, 7, or 8 loggerheads. And I can show you some of that footage. I guess it doesn't like AVI files, so let's just show you here. It's loading. Come on now. You can do it. Come on, Windows. Sorry that's so loud. That is a nesting loggerhead turtle. You see those dark streaks around her eyes? That's those salt-laden tears coming down. And again, I'm at a distance of probably 20 meters here, which is why this is kind of shaky. Get this into a format where I can adjust the volume. Come on, VLC. There we go. Very cool. So these are loggerhead turtles here. Genus Caretta, species Caretta. Caretta. There were so many of these here. It's really a testament to the conservation efforts of the folks in this part of Florida, especially Loggerhead Marine Life Center, which is named after these animals. They've done an extraordinary job in studying them and using that information to help protect them. This is the most important nesting region in the world for this species. It's It's really extraordinary. Here is a nesting loggerhead who had made her way up out of the waves, and here she's trying to find a good spot to go lay her eggs. But this berm of sand is too steep right here. So she's kind of looking around. She's gonna go back into the ocean. She's gonna try again in a slightly different spot, because right off on this side over here is a really steep wall of sand, and you'll see her try and go up there, and it's just too steep. She can't make it. I'd be interested to know, just anecdotally, how different the older individuals are from the younger individuals, how much more experience they get over time. You know, if they can kind of learn where a good place to haul out is and where it's not, how they determine that, all of it. But you see those white spots on our shell there? Those are barnacles. Loggerhead turtles, as I was saying, have all of these encrusting organisms all around them. Barnacles and amphipods like skeleton shrimp, and they get diatoms and forams and all kinds of microorganisms living all over them. It's like a little mini reef. They're so cool. And that first night that I was doing fieldwork out there, we found a loggerhead, and Justin's like, hey, check this out. I don't have video of this, but he's like, watch this, turn your light off. So I did, turn off my headlamp. And he runs his hand over the carapace, the upper shell of this loggerhead. And she starts glowing. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. Just extraordinary. Bioluminescent. And it's all of these organisms on the surface of her shell, probably mostly dinoflagellates on there, and they bioluminesce when touched. And I think we have footage of that from Justin's talk here. Here we go.
You guys have had like 40 favorite things about them, but this is, aside from the grunting, this is probably also one of my favorite. So sea turtles glow. So this was captured by a National Geographic photographer, and sea turtles, the back, especially the loggerhead, is a living ecosystem. It's got barnacles, it's got shrimp, crabs, algae, and these little bioluminescent algae that are on it of different species. You see these different colors that are coming up. And this photographer, Babak Terfreshi, is very interested in just light. And he was actually, because he had a very expensive camera, was actually able to capture this, which we'd never seen before.
Incredibly
So with
cool,
that, I know I talked a long time. I'm
just nuts. I want to show you that footage again. No sound. Just bonkers, you know? I didn't know this before I saw this talk. And I didn't think I'd actually be able to see that with my own eyes. I thought maybe there was specialized equipment here. This National Geographic photographer did a really good job of capturing this, but you can just see it with your eyeballs when you're there in the dark with a loggerhead. Incredibly cool. I didn't know that sea turtles glowed. The loggerhead in particular seems to glow the brightest. Leatherbacks are probably a little bit too clean to do that. But I don't know. We didn't try with a leatherback. Yeah, Claire says the world is so magical, isn't it? It's incredibly cool. I've got so many videos of loggerheads here. Here we go. At this one particular spot, it was just a prime habitat. Just the choicest spot here. There was one loggerhead who had she was there on the beach nesting. Like like actually in the process of laying her eggs. And then there was one probably about 5 meters away. She was going down into the waves. And then she passed as she's going into the waves, another one about 2 meters away coming up, and this is her. So there were 3 loggerheads, all within about 10 meters of one another. They'd found a really prime spot on the beach, just perfect. Not too steep. You can get up well past the high tide mark. So it's just magical being able to see this. Again, I'm about probably 20 meters away here, looking at them through the infrared scope. They had no idea that I was there. So it, it's kind of spying on sea turtles. And you can see she's looking around. She's like, is this a good spot? Is there anybody here who's gonna hassle me? No. And you can see she's not super tired yet. She's just come out of the ocean. She will be pretty well exhausted by the time she goes back in. But here, she's eager to go up and lay her eggs. And you see the loggerhead, they move with these alternating steps like this. They, very much unlike a leatherback, where leatherbacks kind of do like a breaststroke sort of thing. Loggerheads lift themselves up a little bit, they kind of waddle from side to side. Yeah, and then here's that other one from earlier, yeah. Really cool, really cool. And I have video of, there's one particular loggerhead. Justin wasn't too happy about this because he's like, oh boy, I gotta write a report on this now. Because I had to lift her up. But there was a loggerhead that somebody had called in and said that she was stuck. Justin said, well, we get these calls sometime. Usually it's just the turtle who's up on the beach, and they know what they're doing. They might be a little slow, but, they don't really need help. But we went to go check it out anyway, and we're glad we did, because she was stuck on these wooden steps. Like the beach access steps going up to somebody's condo or somebody's house. So there's a loggerhead turtle right there, and she's stuck in between these wooden steps coming up from the beach. She was kind of too big to turn around in here. It's kind of like a car that kind of parallel parked and then kind of couldn't get out. And so Justin had to get in there and pick her up, which is not an easy thing to do, but this guy's experienced. He knows what he's doing. And he picked her up, and there she goes, scurrying away afterward.
Wow, she's fast. My goodness.
There she goes. So cool. And it's exactly like that, Claire. Yeah. Coral thought the same thing, yeah. And Rushring says, do they swim differently too, or just on land? They also swim a little bit differently as well. Yeah. So loggerheads, like all of the Kalanian turtles, all the typical sea turtles with a hard shell, they'll swim around and then they'll float there and they'll rest. Or they might go down and kind of rest on the bottom or on a reef or something like that. Leatherbacks don't do that. They just swim and swim and swim. And it's hard to describe, but they look different when they're swimming. Leatherbacks somehow are kind of more graceful, and it always looks like they've got someplace to go, They're cruising. Whereas other sea turtles seem a bit more lackadaisical in the way that they swim around. At least that's my impression, So yeah. She forgot the name of Tomb Slayer, yeah. Very, very cool. So, yeah, then we did our stream from Loggerhead Marine Life Center. There's me with the Archelon skeleton. I'll give you a link to that VOD if you haven't seen it yet. This is one of the coolest streams that I've done in a long, long time. And I'm really glad that so many people got to see it. And it seems like we honestly made a difference for Loggerhead in raising funds and getting people excited about this organization.
Those gates over there. And I got to be part of, well, at least working alongside a team of scientists, researchers, conservationists monitoring the nesting turtles at night. It was a dream come true. I got to see 5 nesting leatherback turtles.
It was 4, actually.
Pretty close to them, and just, it was a magical experience.
I saw my 5th one on
This
Saturday
is really the only place in the world, this part of Florida here, kind of centered around this beach, where leatherback turtles are not in decline. Their numbers actually seem to be going up here, whereas every other nesting beach in the world, their population is shrinking. So the fact that these critters are
doing something right here,
thriving here, A, gives us hope for the survival of leatherback turtles into the future. And B, a big part of that is because of what these folks are doing here. So this is an incredibly important facility, and I'm so excited to show you around.
Yeah, so we met up with Audrey Paget.
Would you like to introduce yourself to the audience?
Sure.
Yeah.
So I'm Audrey Paget. I'm the Vice President of Marketing and Public Relations here at Loggerhead Marine Life Center.
So Audrey spent like a solid 3 hours of her time with us, like a huge chunk of her day, and it was such a privilege to be able to go on a VIP tour. We got to see things the viewing public doesn't normally get to see.
Very cool. I was able to visit here the other day after the beach fieldwork, and what an impressive facility.
After the fieldwork?
After the fieldwork, yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's
so,
a long night early.
Oh no, sorry, it was the day after the fieldwork.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. I was like, whew.
But Justin did show me around the lab a little bit, which was incredibly
okay.
cool. But to see everything in daylight the other day was, what a cool facility. I'm so excited to show this off.
Nice,
so,
all right.
Yeah. Can you...
So, yeah, let's go to... We've got that box outside where people can deposit turtles that...
Rotty, even when they're hatchlings.
Uh-huh.
I thought that was amazing. So we are at the start of hatchling season.
Uh-huh.
And as I mentioned, one of the reasons our facility...
I love that there's just this cooler out front. Like, yeah, it almost reminds me of one of those, like, here. Almost like one of those take a penny, leave a penny trays like this. Except for, except for a turtle. Except you're not supposed to take any. You just leave them there.
was founded was actually because of those hatchlings going the wrong way.
Right.
And even though there are a lot of protections in place now, such as red or amber lighting during nesting season and things like that, we do still see some hatchling disorientation, post-hatchling washbacks, or even hatchlings that are picked up by birds and dropped in people's swimming pools.
Oh, wow.
Like, we even get that here. So what we ask is, if you have found a hatchling, you can bring it and put it in this cooler. I'm not going to open the cooler because there's a lot of signage on it saying not to do that, and I am not going to be a bad example. But basically, it's like a drop-off. We do ask that people call, and then our veterinary team checks this first thing when they come in the morning. And it is just a way to keep the hatchlings in a climate-controlled cooler. There is sand in there that is wet, so keeps them at a stable temperature, because what we'll see the most is those hatchlings when they're brought in, the ones that haven't made it to the ocean and need help, are the ones that have gotten a little overheated.
Right.
You know,
so yeah, anyway, really, really cool stream. Here's a link to that there. And baby box turtle version, exactly, yeah.
Just astonishing.
To come up and nest, and how precise they are with the use of those rear
uncanny,
filters. To make this perfectly round egg chamber was just the most impressive thing. Water. So depending on the patient, like if we have a patient who is maybe really debilitated and we're worried about their ability to raise their head to breathe, we can really lower that water level. Basically with the microphone, and they thought a human was vandalizing their microphones, and the owls were taking them. It's
so funny.
Called a dead cat.
Yeah.
That they had set up cameras because they're like, who is sabotaging our equipment? And it was actually the owls.
That's really funny.
Well, I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask for the sake of chat. What a magical place. And what cool people.
Throwing a blast.
Just
character name.
I feel like we need to loiter a little bit here with the leatherback because we don't see them here at this facility. These turtles are usually way too big to be able to house at a place like this. They're not really... If you're going to see them in a facility, they're hatchlings generally.
Speaking of which... we should check out the VOD from Gumbo Limbo, which many of you here watching have not seen yet because, well, it's 3 hours ahead in Florida, time zone-wise, and it had to be a stream. We had to start at 11:30 that day because the folks that I was meeting with, they were well, they had things to do in the afternoon, and so there was a very limited window in which we could come in and stream. But I'm eager to show you that. We got to see live baby leatherback turtles. And that is probably... it's up there. It might be the coolest thing that we've ever actually had on stream before. Incredibly cool. There we go. So again, apologies to everybody who missed this live, but, you know, those time constraints were a little bit restrictive. I like I was able to start off this stream, too. It's not moving much. Big concrete leatherback here.
Welcome, everybody. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Welcome to the Gumbo Limbo facility, Florida Atlantic University. This is a leatherback turtle, a big concrete model of a leatherback turtle. This one is kind of exceptionally big, but it gives you some sense for how these animals look when they're alive in their adult stage. Pretty impressive, right?
Yeah. Just after this, Jeanette and Emily came up to say hello.
Isn't that cool?
Taking time out of your day to show us around. I've been so excited about this. This is one of the big reasons why I came to Florida in the first place.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
Look at his necklace here.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you call it a necklace on a guy, but isn't that cool? Well, that's way cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, so let me show you that. Here.
I've been so excited about this. This is one of the big reasons why I came to Florida in the first place.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
Look at his necklace here.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you call it a necklace on a guy, but isn't that cool? Well, that's way cool.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, I love your mullet earrings. Those are really neat.
Oh, very cool. Another gelativore.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I thought I have to change up my my look a little bit.
There you go. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Would you?
So the here, that turtle necklace. There it is, right there. That's a pendant. Managed to snag this on eBay, and really glad I did. I actually brought 2 leatherback necklaces with me to Florida, and both of them broke. I'm not used to wearing jewelry like this. It's so delicate. The chains on both of them broke, but I was able to fix this one. So I'm glad I brought a multi-tool with me. But anyway. Yeah.
Do you like to introduce yourself,
Yeah.
Dr. Jeanette Weineken?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it's Jeanette Weineken, Florida Atlantic University, and we are at the FAU Marine Science Lab here in the Gumbo Limbo Environmental Complex.
Yeah.
So we're one of the partners here. This is Emily Turley. She's the Marine Laboratory Coordinator, and really my second hand. Sometimes she's more than my second hand. Third and fourth hand.
Yeah.
And I think you're enjoying the
Certainly.
Turtle. Well, I call this the turtle garden. I'm
Right.
sure it's got another name, but all of these are somewhat anatomically correct.
Uh-huh.
I love this where And it's so she's so precise about these things. It's like some of them are. What was the phrase that she used? Partly anatomically correct.
All of these are somewhat anatomically correct.
Somewhat anatomically correct. Again, she's an anatomist by training. She studies the morphology of these animals, among other things. But she probably knows marine turtle anatomy better than almost anyone else on the planet.
Somewhat. And you are, probably, if not one of the, probably the most foremost marine turtle anatomy experts in the world. So
yeah.
I'm sure you could nitpick a lot of
it, but yes,
I can nitpick a lot, and but the obvious ones are the ones without a tail. Those are
interesting. Well, the sand is covering them up.
Well,
so,
maybe. Yeah, those are the Ken and Barbie.
There you
dolls.
go. Yeah.
So
they could be androgynous, I guess,
yes.
because the lack of tail.
Yeah, and all of these are about 30% larger than life.
Gotcha. Okay, so this would be bigger than any leatherback specimen that anyone's ever encountered? Oh, okay.
Bigger than the Harlan leatherback.
Gotcha, yeah. That was the one from to the museum in Cardiff, I think, in Wales?
Yep. It was entangled in some kind of a fishing pot.
Right, yeah.
And that's the biggest one on record.
Right. I've heard a figure of like 2,000 pounds for that critter, but that's probably an overestimate, right?
I don't know if they give it in stone. And I have to say that's not a conversion I do in the top of my head.
Right.
So but I do remember the presentation about it, and it was a really monstrous male.
Thank you, Claire, for pinning that message to the top. I don't think we had any clips at all from this VOD, again, because we had lower viewership. It was way early in the day. I would love to have a bunch of clips from this VOD. That would be really nice. And I'm not really going to have time to clip a bunch of clips before I have to go out to the field, and so if anybody wants to help contribute to our mission here at Paleontologizing, if you want to go through and make some cool clips, I would really appreciate that. It would make my life easier. If you'd like to share those online, that would be really cool. This was such a special experience, especially when we got to see the hatchlings. That was incredibly, incredibly cool. So yeah. Anywho, I want to find that link. I want to say Darren Naish, English paleontologist, I want to say that he did a blog post about the Harlech turtle. Let's see. What is this? I think this is that specimen there. Do we have anybody from Wales or the UK in the chat?
Alexander. It was quite late in the afternoon. I had a phone call from a person. He didn't give his name, but I recognized him as a local farmer. He said, "There's a monster on the beach."
I'm sorry. What? What? There's a monster on the beach. There's a monster.
I recognized him as a local farmer. He said, "There's a monster on the beach, and you've got to do something about it. It's bigger than a cow, and it's a bit like a Volkswagen car." And that was it. Put the phone down. Well, I thought I'd better go and investigate, so up to Harlech.
Wild. You just get a phone and go, "Yeah, there's a monster on the beach. It's bigger than a cow. It looks like a Volkswagen. You should come down here." Like, okay.
And sure enough, there on the beach, there was this monster, as he had described it. In fact, it was a turtle. At that stage, I vaguely recognized it as a leatherback, but no more than that. So it was freshly dead. It was a remarkable specimen. It was bigger than anything I ever imagined possible.
Yeah. I should save that to our Leatherbacks playlist. And here's the link. V-dub. There you go, Coconut. Yeah. Yeah, Doom Slayer, yeah, absolutely. So that one might hold the record, and if Jeanette believes that, then, you know, I'm more inclined to believe. Very cool.
Yeah. So, yeah. So you're in Turtle Central here.
This is awesome. This is so cool. Now, if I had been here, say, a week and a half ago, we would have said that Florida has 5 of the world's 7 living marine turtle species.
Yeah. We got the 6th one.
Right.
Unexpectedly. Up in June.
This is so cool that I happen to be here in Florida right after this happened. In fact, the day I flew in, Lordy and I, we went up to Gumbalimbo to meet with Jeanette and Emily here, and the lab was just abuzz with news of this olive ridley sea turtle. They are not supposed to be in Florida. They are not supposed to be nesting in Florida. They're not supposed to be anywhere north of South America.
Can
you tell us a little bit about that?
So the folks at the Loggerhead Marine Life Center do beach monitoring for turtles, and they have a program specifically focused on leatherbacks at night.
I was working with them over the past week, and that was phenomenal. Holy cow.
It's such a cool experience.
Yeah, absolutely
is a very unique and wonderful experience, and they're such a good team and so well organized. Anyway, their night team was looking for leatherbacks, and they had this kind of unusually small turtle on the beach, so they went up and checked it out, and it was not something they'd seen before. First thing in the morning, I got this set of photos saying something happened last night, and that preface usually is not one that I want to hear, but it means something broke down, or it's going to cost me money, or whatever. But it was the Loggerhead Marine Life Center sending me these pictures. Just they were looking for verification, and I looked at those pictures. And I'm going, well, it's not a loggerhead. It's not a green turtle. It doesn't look like a Kemp's Ridley.
Right.
And of course, these are pictures taken at night, so I didn't really have the color.
Sure.
But the Kemp's have kind of a normal-looking scale pattern on their head, and olive Ridleys have way too many scales on their head.
So let's take a look at that real quick. Olive and Kemp's. There's an olive Ridley, and yeah, they've got a lot of scales on their head. Look at that. Wild. Four prefrontal scales on the head. Yep. So yeah, wild. Let's see if I can open this up. Facebook's always kind of a spreadsheet here. It worked, mostly. Making that a bit kind of grainy, but it works. So, olive Ridley, these are not supposed to be in Florida. But yeah, wild.
Interesting.
And then when I was able to zoom in on the carapace, it was very clear. It had very organized, but very many scoots on its shell. It's like, and they told me it was small and gray, and it's like, and then they sent me a video of it tamping down its nest, where it's rocking back and forth, and it's like, you have an olive Ridley.
Wild. And so what is their usual range?
Oh, probably the closest for here would be down in Suriname, so just north of the equator.
Okay, yeah. So having one in Florida is truly exceptional. Is it the first one on record?
I think so.
Wow.
First one nesting.
We're starting to get a few Kemps, so that would have been my, when somebody says small gray turtle, that would have been my first choice. But as soon as I saw...
And Scony Shell says, I graduated from FAU. Very cool. Wow, small world. Yeah. So Jeanette is a professor at Florida Atlantic University. Very cool school. Seems to be a real powerhouse for marine biology. What a cool program. And some of the coolest marine turtle people I've met graduated from FAU or teach at FAU.
Saw the scales on the head. I'm going, that's not a...
Wild, yeah.
I mean, it's possible it's a hybrid of something, but we won't know that for a while.
Gotcha,
so, I mean, is it physically possible for them to get here? Sure. There's no fence that says we've gone too far north. And we have seen stranded ones here.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
okay.
There's been at least 2 that have come in with ghost nets. So they came from a long way away.
So they just drifted in with like fishing debris on them.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And,
okay.
So that's happened, more than once.
Yeah.
But when nesting is very different. So Jeanette talks a little bit about the anatomy of leatherbacks.
Get out of bed and start moving around.
Sure.
Your muscles are generating heat, and so they are, because they have a blubber layer. It's like they can't take their sweater off. They have to trap that heat inside.
Right. Yeah.
But they're in cool water, so that's another trait of these animals that you wouldn't necessarily think about. So they're perhaps facultatively homeotherms at times.
Yeah.
When they're little, they can't do that. So.
Really, really cool. Let's continue on. We got to see the tanks where the baby leatherbacks and other marine turtles are kept for study here.
Can get, so it really just depends on what you're using them for. You can make
so you're
the
kind of
water
circulating
level.
water through. It's
exactly.
Nice,
yep. So it comes from the ocean and then drains out into the intercoastal. So it's a
Scony Shells, have you seen this facility?
So
when you were at FAU?
you don't have like a rod that goes across the top or anything for a tether. So with the loggerhead and green hatchlings?
Right, so they don't need a tether. So we keep them in individual baskets, and that's so that way.
So I'll show you what that looks like, actually. And Techbird, thank you for the 65 months of support. Hey, I really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online. Techbird.
Proud to support the awesomeness that is this channel for almost a whole year.
I appreciate that, Techbird. Thank you. Superb. Thank you for the ongoing support. Means a lot. Here we go. Check this out. There's the turtle garden there. Here's where we were able to go. Back into the lab. Nowhere near that. Okay, Scony Shells. Okay. Well, if you ever go back for a reunion or something,
My name is Emily Turla,
visit this
and I'm the
facility. It's really
laboratory
cool.
coordinator for the FAU Marine Science Lab. I've been here since February of 2018, and today I'm going to walk you guys around, and you're going to get to see some of our research animals.
So there's those baskets that Emily was talking about. She said that the loggerheads and the greens are kept in these baskets like this. Again, that was right here.
Goes across the top or anything for a tether. So with the loggerhead and green hatchlings?
Right, so they don't need a tether. So we keep them in individual baskets.
Right. There's those baskets right here.
And some of our different research sites in the lab. So this is the area where we raise leatherback sea turtles, which is one of the species that we bring into the lab. And we're actually the only lab in the world that raises leatherback sea turtles because they're so challenging to keep in captivity. This is because they need specific water quality parameters. They eat a gelatinous diet like jellyfish, which is really hard to mimic in the lab. They're susceptible to disease, and they don't understand barriers. So they're out in the open ocean swimming.
Yep, it's it's TS for them, as I always say. Tethered swimming. Just like the baby leatherbacks. Leatherbacks do feel right with this, though. That's what they do. They have to have these tethers like this, held on with Velcro, in order to keep them from bumping into the sides of the tank.
Roaming around, not encountering any barriers, so when you put them in a tank, it's really hard to keep them from hitting the sides of it. So leatherbacks require really specific water quality parameters because they're out in the open ocean. They need water that mimics clean open ocean water. So
yep, and so we talked about this during the tour. Here we go.
And that's so that way we can keep track of them as individuals.
Gotcha.
We can also just document how much they're eating and feeding, you know, specifically to that one individual.
Right.
They're also not super social and friendly.
Right.
So if you let them all just be swimming together, they'll form a hierarchy. And it also kind of mimics the floating sargassum, which is an algae that they.
There we go.
And yeah, so that, yeah, but it's doable. It's a little bit scary because they have an awful lot more blood vessels in that area than.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
Hard-shell sea turtle does.
Yeah.
That, you know, they're setting themselves up for those counter-current exchange systems.
Right. Yeah. There's all kinds of complex wiring going down on there, and the plaster on it.
Yeah, they're really interesting turtles. But
cool.
yeah, it's a pretty quick procedure, and the turtles do really well.
Yeah.
So yeah, we don't feel like we're risk.
Yeah.
The information is important enough that that we're permitted to do it.
So it's because of the sex ratios that's such an important topic, right?
Yes, yes.
So what have you been seeing? Have you been getting any males lately?
We got some males last year.
Yeah, so for each of the species we had some males.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah, mostly we find them for loggerheads. It's like the early part of the season when it's a little cooler.
Gotcha.
So the sex of sea turtle hatchlings, male or female, is determined by the temperature of the nest. Sea turtles don't have sex chromosomes like a lot of other animals do. Higher temperatures will mean that you get more females. Lower temperatures mean that you get more males. It's, again, the temperature of the nest that determines the sex of the embryos and the eggs. Temperature-dependent sex determination is what this is called. And so this has been a big problem worldwide with global temperatures on the rise, with global warming. You know, human beings are putting all of this pollution in the atmosphere, all these greenhouse gases that's warming the planet. And with higher temperatures, you get fewer and fewer males. And if you reach a threshold where there's no males left, all the sea turtles could go extinct. So we really need to be keeping tabs on this as temperatures rise.
For breeds, it's like the end of the season when it's a little cooler.
Interesting.
Yeah, we did get some loggerhead males from our last nest of the season. They were kind of up in the dunes, and it was rainy, so that probably added to it and cooled it down a little bit. But yeah, so we...
And, Killer Sweets,
it's Marvin!
Thank you for the raid.
Cousin Marvin Barry!
Welcome.
You know that new sound you looking for? Well, listen to this!
Appreciate the raid, Keebler Sweets. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm going to be going out to Wyoming in just a few days and digging dinosaurs live on stream, as I've done for the past 3 or 4 years now. But I just got back from Florida, where I went there for the sea turtles, for the leatherback turtles in particular, and I was just kind of recapping some of this stuff and showing off some of the streams from while I was there. So you came in at a really cool time. Thank you for rating it. Here, let me play a quick little channel trailer for you to introduce you to what we're all about here on Paleontologizing. And then we'll continue. Be right back.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. Thank you for rating in, Keebler Sweets. Great to have you. That's your first time seeing that new channel Excellent, Takahiro. Well, yeah. Oh, and very cool. We're saving some turtles live on stream. We're trying to do the same thing. That's awesome. Thank you, Keebler Sweets. It's not just any turtles that we're talking about here. It's these. Dermachelys coriacea, the leatherback turtle. Largest living turtle species. Absolutely extraordinary animal. I show people this video and they go, bro, that's AI, right? That can't be real. Bro, that's not real. That's ChatGPT, bro. Oh. This is a leatherback turtle. They really are this big. They can be up to about 1,500 pounds. Extraordinary animals. That's what, 600 kilos? Something like that? Oh, yeah. They have a lineage that goes back to the Cretaceous period. The ancestors of these guys were swimming around at the same time that tyrannosaurs were walking around on land. Just extraordinary creatures, and I've absolutely fallen in love with them over the past year. That's what brought me to Florida last week. And you came in at the perfect time because we're about to see some, see some live ones in the lab. Like I saw on screen. So lucky to be able to see these critters.
Study all kinds of things here when we have the turtles. So the sex ratios, growth.
And Keebler Sweet says, I read an article today about how turtles don't really have a spot in the tree of life because they are so unique. Is that true? It kind of was true until about a decade ago. And now we've started to figure that out. And there's a new paper that just came out today, I think, that confirms that that turtles they're more closely related to dinosaurs and to birds and to crocodiles than they are to, say, lizards or snakes or tuatara or anything like that. They are part of Archaeolosauria. So I haven't read this paper yet, but it comports pretty well with some other papers about these critters. Here's the Tree of Life. All living things on our planet are related. You know the drill, right? When we as scientists say that two living creatures are related to each other closely, we mean that they share a recent common ancestor. All living things on our planet descended from one common ancestor about 3 or 4 billion years ago. Everything from quinoa to kangaroos, from bacteria to blue whales, everything is related. And the more closely related two species are, the more recently they sprang from a common ancestor. My turtles here, Testudines. There we go. Turtles. So all turtles evolved from a common ancestor, and we're still kind of figuring out where and when and how that was. Fossil record is a little spotty here. But the general consensus is that turtles are allied with birds and crocs and dinosaurs too. Dinosaurs should be right here on the tree. But this tree only really features living groups, and birds are the only dinosaurs alive today. Birds literally are living dinosaurs. After birds, the closest thing to dinosaurs we have today are crocs. And then after that, turtles. So, again, this is fairly new. It's only like within the last decade or so this has kind of become the scientific consensus. Enough people have become convinced thanks to fossil evidence and DNA evidence. You put those together and the picture becomes clearer that turtles, despite being so different from every other creature on the planet, their closest relatives seem to be the birds and crocs and the dinosaurs. So yeah. Anyway, and then you get lizards over here. There's lizards, including snakes, and then here's the tuatara off on its lonesome there. The last living rhynchocephaly. So anywho, yeah. We talk about this kind of thing all the time on this channel. Phylogeny, the relatedness of living things. That's what we're all about as paleontologists, is figuring out these relationships, figuring out how these different critters came to be, what's their story, and where do we fit into that as human beings, you know? Well, we're a kind of primate, which is a kind of mammal. And so, yeah, we're up here in the placental mammals, pretty far from the turtles. But in the grand scheme of things, when you look at all of life on Earth, turtles and primates are actually pretty close in the grand scheme of things. When you zoom all the way out to all life on Earth, we're not that different, we and turtles, you know? Yeah. Anyway.
Within minutes, they were finding fossils.
And Mad Dog BC, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. We will be out finding fossils starting on Tuesday, hopefully, in Wyoming. I'm going to start my journey out there on Sunday. It's going to take a couple days. Yeah, very excited about that. So stay tuned. Let's get back to that video here.
Their responses to diet. We do satellite tag studies with our collaborators, behavioral studies, morphological studies, all kinds of things. So Jeanette likes to say we put them to work while they're here.
Yeah. They don't just get fed and cleaned.
Right.
They're active collaborators in the
active,
research.
You bet. But
Very
then they
cool,
don't have to worry about predators while they're
Exactly, yeah.
So we figure it's a reasonable trade. And
Definitely.
they get a free ride offshore.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. I would imagine that your survival rate here is much, much, much higher than just like crawling out of a nest. And
I would assume so.
Yeah.
They don't. I mean, the leatherbacks don't seem to have that attitude that some of the other turtles have. So, you know,
they're a bit more aloof. You mean less?
Well, they seem to be more oblivious to danger. And
interesting. Okay.
You know, I hate to tell you how long ago I followed them offshore because, you know.
I forgot their names. This is Dr. Jeanette Weineken right here, and this is Emily Turla, and they are superstars in the world of leatherback turtle science and conservation. What a privilege to be able to get a VIP tour from them. So cool.
Sometimes you don't have a lot of money for research.
This is right before we saw the hatchling stacks.
And we would try to find out anything we can. So we were looking at the behavior during the first 30, 40 minutes as they're swimming offshore. So,
so you're just visually following these animals with a snorkel or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So here, let's fast forward a little bit. But I brought a special gift for them. Here we go.
Thank you gift for the lab. And sorry, it's going to be a little bit sweaty because I've been hiding it behind my back. But
cool! Look at this!
That's so cute.
Oh man,
that's awesome.
We gotta put that right there.
Yeah, all right.
That's awesome.
I'm proud of that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, yeah.
That's wonderful. That is way cool. I'm gonna figure out a way to put that up today.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Excellent. Yeah.
Do you want to see some?
Oh my
live
goodness.
hacks?
Yes, absolutely.
Some real live leatherbacks?
Yeah.
About how much time do we have left, by the way? I want to be as respectful as I can. I know you're busy.
How about 25 minutes?
Okay. Holy cow. This might be the coolest thing I've ever shown on stream before. Take a look.
Do you want gloves?
Gloves, yeah.
I'll grab some gloves.
Do we have gloves in here? And we
They're right there in that bucket.
We try to really respect these guys.
Yeah.
So these were some of the turtles that came from
Oh my goodness.
one of our early nests.
Holy cow.
All right.
Oh wow.
Are they my size?
They're mediums.
Oh, that's okay.
For you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we try not to do too much handling
Right, yeah.
of them, just because we know from some of the genetic work that's happened that they don't have a really robust immune system.
Interesting.
Leatherbacks in general don't. Whether it doesn't matter, and babies typically don't. So this is a disinfectant.
Gotcha. I guess that makes sense for a critter that's not particularly social.
Yeah.
They're not interacting with each other that much.
Yeah. Yeah. So, anyway, these turtles came out surprisingly early.
Okay.
And
again, this is not. We were not expecting to see this. This was a surprise for me. I didn't know that this was going to happen. We got so lucky here. I really want to emphasize that to everyone. Check this out. Just.
So
wow. Oh my goodness.
A little, pretty little guy. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You got sand on your nose. And so one of the things we do when they come in is check and see how normal they are. So we try to take as much sand off as possible.
Right, yeah.
And without totally abrading them.
Oh.
And then we calibrated this scale for today. So what do you think? How much do you think that weighs?
Oh, God.
And I'm not good with estimating weights. I'm really bad at it. So I kind of embarrassed myself here.
Goodness, I'm going to say 3 ounces?
Can we do it in grams?
Oh, grams?
Come on, dude, you're a scientist. Use metric. I'm not...
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, I don't know.
Let's just see.
Okay, I don't know if I can do... I think this only does grams.
Okay.
We can do the conversion for you. Come on, get your flipper off. 49.1 grams.
Okay.
Our average is 45, so this turtle's a little heavier than normal.
Right, yeah. You're taking in a lot of that yolk, I presume.
Well, it hadn't totally used it up, so...
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, that's...
So that is... There in the plastron. The yolk sac would be attached right here, and... It doesn't drop off. It gets absorbed, as Dr. Weineken is going to say here.
The internalized yolk, and then they have a skin that's over it, so...
Oh.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Aren't you cute? Yeah. And lucky to be part of our team.
Right.
And then, okay, we got another one here. This one's used up less, so this one probably will not get checked in today. But it's not going to change its weight much.
So the big blob that you see on their ventral side in pictures and stuff, does that just get
it gets
sucked in like that?
Yeah, it gets internalized.
Wild.
How I don't know.
Off.
No.
Interesting.
Well, the other egg membranes, the ones that look like they're kind of dragging something along.
Yeah.
That gets. Anyway, these guys are from our first nest, our second nest. The first nest actually got washed over, and so we did not take turtles from that one.
My goodness.
So that's a little over 50 grams.
Wow.
So these are big.
These are big turtles. These are bigger than normal.
Right.
Bigger.
And that is one thing that I was really surprised when I saw those turtles. When Justin showed me the baby leatherbacks at Loggerhead, I was expecting them to be this big because I'd 3D printed a bunch of these with a little magnet on the underside so I could, stick them here or there. Way too small. Way too small. They're substantially bigger than this. So I've got to redo these and also see if I can sculpt the flippers on the back so that they have that kind of wavy texture like you see here. I'm glad I decided to do the bobbleheads as gifts and not these because these were wrong. They were incorrect. I had no idea, having never encountered these animals in person as hatchlings.
Bigger than our average.
I saw some at Loggerhead too.
Yeah.
Justin showed me some
cool.
before we went out for the nesting field work, and
Yeah.
they're way bigger than I imagined.
Yeah.
I 3D printed a bunch of baby turtles.
Oh, you did?
And I did not print them large enough.
Yeah, well, the loggerheads will be
Way smaller, yeah.
way smaller.
Yeah.
So will the
but the ones
greens.
that I did were leatherbacks, and they were
So one of the things that's cool, this turtle has its eyes open, and they do have a upper lid and a lower lid, but it's sort of reoriented.
Right.
So it almost looks like they have a front and back lid.
Do they have a nictitating membrane?
Yes.
And here, let me show you that. When you look at the eye of a leatherback turtle, as Jeanette was saying, they don't really blink top to bottom. Their eye is kind of like tilted, so it almost looks like they're blinking front to back. See this? It's not tilted all the way. It's not like a 90-degree tilt, but it's close enough. It's really interesting, you know? Yeah. And thank you, Kenneth. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. What a cool animal.
So with
but
the
ones that I did were leatherbacks, and they were
So one of the things that's cool, this turtle has its eyes open, and they do have a upper lid and a lower lid, but it's sort of reoriented,
right?
So it almost looks like they have a front and back lid.
Do they have a nictitating membrane?
Yes, they do. Yeah, they do. They do.
Very cool.
All right, so that's okay.
So
and then
the nictitating membrane is the third eyelid, the one that goes across, perpendicular to the other eyelids. It's like a birds and crocs have this. Yeah. So here it is in a bird. So they've got the upper and lower eyelid, but this is like a translucent eyelid. So crocs have this, birds have this. It slides over. So this guy's gonna show us this croc. See? So turtles have that too. And I think cats have a vestigial one. I don't think it moves in cats. I think it's stationary. It's just kind of a vestigial remnant. But with crocs and birds and turtles, see it slide across. How cool is that? Let's see that again in slow motion. Nictitating membrane. Very cool. I don't think cats actually have a functional one, right? I know there's a bunch of pictures of cats, but oh, maybe they do. Shoot. I'm curious now. We gotta look this up.
Sometimes it's difficult to tell what planet our cats are from. Their behaviour is somewhat alien at the best of times, but even how they look suggests they landed from outer space. This is perhaps no more evident than in their eyes. If we look closely, you can see the edge of a membrane in the corner of each eye. While this is a normal part of their anatomy, it can seem to appear out of nowhere. Animal Wise explains why third eyelid showing could mean danger for your cat.
Interesting. I'll give you a link. But that's going to be a vestigial feature in mammals, I think. So you go back far enough, and the common ancestor of reptiles and mammals would have had this feature. But mammals have mostly lost it, I think. Let's go to the amniota. Both reptiles and mammals form a clade called the amniotes, amniota. To the left, you get mammals. To the right, you get reptiles. The synapsids and the sauropsids, respectively. So the common ancestor of both of these groups would have had this nictitating membrane, and mammals have mostly, or maybe entirely lost it as a functional thing. I don't know if there's any mammals that have a functional nictitating membrane. Fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals, but it's rare in primates. We've got like a vestigial one as humans, but it's not functional. Some mammals, such as camels, polar bears, seals, and aardvarks, have full nictitating membranes. Interesting. And many mammals retain a small vestigial portion of the membrane in the corner of the eye. Wow, I didn't know camels had that. That's wild. It makes sense for an animal that might have to deal with sand and stuff. Huh. But funny that, like, I don't seem to be seeing any pictures of it. I hope this is not one of those things that just gets recited a bunch of times, but isn't actually true. Here's an illustration, but I'm not seeing any photos. Yeah, I do. This is one of those things that, like, sometimes even sources that seem really reputable might still get stuff wrong. I'll show you one of those things with regard to sea turtles. Little Wikipedia. We'll look at the loggerhead sea turtle article. Here we go. Where did this go? But I saw this the other day where it was saying that loggerhead turtles are the second largest species of sea turtle, which is incorrect. It is also the world's second largest extant turtle after the leatherback sea turtle. This is wrong. The green sea turtle is the second largest. Yeah, maximum weight of 1,202 pounds. You go to the citations here, and this is taken from a book. Like, this original source is not actually correct, as I understand it. We even asked this question of Justin. He's like, no, the green turtle is definitely the second largest in the world after the leatherback. So anyway, check your sources on stuff like this. Don't always trust everything you read on the internet, especially when you get these garbage AI summaries. Second largest sea turtle species. Oh, for once it didn't show us the AI thing. That's cool. Okay. Excellent. Well, that seems like an improvement on Google's part. Just the other day, it gave me the stupid AI summary thing, which was incorrect. Because it said that, oh, the AI summary says, oh, the loggerhead is definitely the second largest sea turtle species. And then it shows a picture of a leatherback. So it's wrong on both fronts. But anyway. And Gojira, I prefer DuckDuckGo when I'm not streaming, but it doesn't work with all of the add-ons that I have in Chrome, and there isn't like a designated images URL for DuckDuckGo, so it's just not user-friendly in the same way that Google Images is. Like, here. DuckDuckGo. There's no image search for it. You just have to search the thing and then go and click images, so it really just kind of... It's an improvement I'd love to see DuckDuckGo do, and if they have a separate images URL, then I would switch over, but they don't. So yeah. But yeah, DuckDuckGo is better. it's nice to see that stupid AI summary disappear. That's good news. I like that. I think they got enough complaints. There was a thing I kept seeing posted to Blue Sky the other day where someone had typed in a Google search, why does Google search suck now? And it had this AI-generated list of reasons why Google search has been severely degraded over the past several years. It's like, well, the AI summaries are really messing everything up. They're just abounds with slop, and search engine optimization has really kind of ruined things as well. And there's a prioritization of ads and sponsored content over legitimate results, and the AI summary is just telling you why AI summaries are garbage. And it was really funny, and I think I'm telling a story here. I'm speculating, but maybe the folks at Google they looked at that and went, ooh. People really hate this, huh? Anywho. Let's get back to our leatherback hatchlings here.
And they do have a upper lid and a lower lid, but it's sort of reoriented.
Right.
So it almost looks like they have a front and back lid.
Do they have a nictitating membrane?
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
they do. They do.
Very cool.
All right, so that's okay. And then we haven't done you yet. So
are they going to get names or numbers?
They get numbers. We don't name our turtles.
Right,
I know that Juno Beach names their turtles, but yeah, we're being brutally honest scientists here.
Sure, yeah.
And we also...
You're going to be re-releasing them,
yeah,
without tags or anything, so there's not really a need for names, I suppose.
Yeah, well, there is a need for numbers, so we can... Oh, look at this one's getting annoyed. See how pink it's getting?
Right, yeah, all flushed like that?
Yeah, that's all about...
Interesting.
Starting to raise its you're doing things to me I don't like.
Oh.
So it's turning pink. That's leatherback for leave me alone.
Right.
Well, I still need to know how much you weigh.
Oh.
And they have surprisingly long tails when they're babies. So.
And that pyglo process is surprisingly squishy, I guess.
Yeah,
I guess they were just curled up in eggs not too long ago.
Yeah, they were. They were.
Yeah.
So.
Oh.
51.9. So 50.9.
Salamander says, wow, I also turn pink when I'm annoyed. See, we have so much in common, we and leatherback turtles.
Fix a 50.
Oh, wow.
You are amazing. And he says,
beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful little animals.
And their snout is such a funny shape too, so different from an adult.
Yeah, and then they have the carbuncle, the egg tooth.
Yeah.
There. And
so, yeah, this is something that I wanna highlight. So, despite being too small, the shape on this 3D print is very true to life, I think. And this is not painted yet, so it's kind of hard to discern the actual shape, but it's really pointy little snout here. This reflects what the hatchlings really look like. Very different from an adult. So, adults look like this. Here's a pretty nice representation of that. Yeah, much more beefy looking. This is a nesting female here. But yeah, compare. Oh, pointy. There, I'll be. No, that should be a little bit lower. It should actually be right there, Claire, like along that slit right there. Yeah. Yeah, pretty nifty.
It's
beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful little animals.
And their snout is such a funny shape too, so different from an adult.
Yeah, and then they have the carbuncle, the egg tooth.
Yeah.
There. And it's not like a bird egg tooth, so then it doesn't fall off.
It'll resorb?
They grow into it.
Interesting.
So if this is the egg tooth, it just kind of stretches out.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah.
And then they end up with that more blunt face. So guys, you got to wait a little bit to come into the lab, but we'll bring you in.
Oh.
So Yeah, so that's that was our surprise turtles.
That is, oh my goodness.
They don't necessarily come when we call.
Right,
So,
yeah. I didn't think we'd get to
sometimes
see any today. This is magical.
Yeah, this was not expected.
I hope you at home realize how lucky you are to be able to see this.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
So-
About how long ago were they collected?
Yesterday? Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Oh, we got
we,
so
we,
lucky.
we were not expecting them till next week, so
Yeah.
they're a full week early.
My goodness.
And
Wow.
So it must have been a shallow nest.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, it was. Yeah, when I talked to Emily yesterday, and she says, "Well, something happened."
It's been a lot of that lately, it seems. Yeah.
Yeah. So so it was good. That was all right. So yeah. Pretty
Amazing.
Cool stuff.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. What a privilege to be able to see these animals and show them on stream. Again, I really hope folks will take some clips from that. I'm going to be very busy getting ready for field work. Like, I don't have much time to sit down and breathe, or let alone make clips of stuff. So if anybody in the audience, if any of you would like to go through that VOD and make some Twitch clips, I'd really appreciate that. If you want to share them across the internet, I think people will get excited about this. Especially those moments where we get to see the hatchlings and stuff. That's pretty special. Pretty special. Here's a link to the VOD on YouTube. There too. And with that, so that stream I did on Tuesday morning, day before I left Florida. But the Saturday prior, I got to go back out onto the beach with some of the folks from Loggerhead. When we met with Dr. Katie Fowler, here, I'll pull up that part of that VOD when we were at Loggerhead.
Well, we were saying that, speaking of equipment, Danny was kind enough to be like, if anybody wants to fund a bigger CT,
Yeah. Put a leatherback in it,
Right? Yeah. I was telling them about Pennywise, who these guys named that turtle, because they had encountered her first as a nesting turtle, and then, sort of unfortunately later she was a rehab patient, but thankfully she had a, thankfully we were able to get her back out into the ocean.
Excellent. I'm glad there's a happy ending in that story. Yeah. Very cool.
And so Katie's in here, and like I was saying, she has a new endocrinology lab, and that's one of the many projects she's working on.
Very cool. Wow.
Yeah, so this is actually one of the first, we've been working on this for like 6 months, and this is one of the first enzyme immunoassays that I've done. So I've done this kind of work before, but we're using this lab, we're measuring hormones in sexually immature turtles, so juveniles and subadult turtles, because they look the same on the outside. You can't tell if they're male or female.
They don't develop that long or short tail.
Exactly, but hormonally and internally, they're already very different. So you can take a small blood sample, pull out the plasma, and then you can measure the amount of testosterone that's in the sample, and it kind of falls within different ranges of whether or not it's a male or female. So we're really interested in this because sea turtles have the temperature-dependent sex determination. So these are all samples that were collected from healthy free-ranging turtles around Florida. So we're trying to establish kind of what the population baselines are for loggerhead and green turtles at kind of the juvenile or subadult life stage class, and try to figure out we kind of know what the temperatures are now, but what were they and what was impacting them. These turtles are probably all 5 to 15, maybe 20 years old. So as a couple decades ago, and turtles come here from other parts of the state and to forage here. So most of them are just here growing really and finding good habitat there. So
this is such cool stuff.
One of the things I'm interested in.
So just really all the cutting edge work that's going on here, not just in terms of tracking these animals and conserving them, but figuring out how they work. really, really cool stuff going on at Loggerhead Marine Life Center and at the FAU lab. It's just, I felt so lucky to be able to share that with everybody and to be able to see this firsthand. And yeah, Dr. Katie Fowler here, she, well, Justin and her were talking after this stream. I think we did this on, was it Friday afternoon? And I get an email or a text from Justin later, and he says, hey, if you'd be interested in seeing some more leatherbacks, we can put you on the list, on the call list. And I said, yes, please. The idea was if they're out doing field work and they encounter a leatherback, it was near enough to where I was staying, they'd call me up in the middle of the night, and I'd get out there as quickly as possible. And so I said, yeah, sign me up. Saturday nights, I get a text. It's around 11
Utah
p.m.
raptor is the most dangerous dinosaur around.
And thank you, Niffler, for the 34 months of support. Holy cow, do I appreciate that.
Another amazing month with so much fantastic content. Thank you for the brilliant trip to see the turtles in Florida. I can't wait for the next adventure out in the field digging up dinos and learning so much more.
So soon,
Thank you for making science content so accessible.
I appreciate you saying that, Niffler. Thank you for your kind words and for your ongoing support. 34 months is a long time. Thanks for keeping me here online during that and helping make all this science outreach possible. I appreciate it. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. But yeah, that's the thing, is when I was staying out there, I had to make sure that I kept my do not disturb off on the phone and turn the ringer and notification way up so they'd wake me up in the middle of the night if there was a leatherback to be seen, and there was. I'll show you. This was incredibly special. Absolutely one of the highlights of the trip. This right here was a neophyte turtle. She had never been seen or documented before. This was around, 11 p.m. on Saturday night? 11:27 p.m. There we go. So, Dr. Katie Fowler texted me. She said, we've got a leatherback if you want to come out and see. She gave me coordinates. I got out there as soon as I could. And here she is. And Dr. Katie said, well, she's a neophyte, a new nesting turtle. Doesn't have a name. She says, we were thinking of calling her Danny, but if you'd like to name her, you can. I said, yes, please. Let's call her Lordy. After Lordy, who is, she and Ios are the reason I'm here on Twitch. Lordy accompanied me on this trip, and I would not have been able to go out there without her, so I think it was a fitting tribute. What a beautiful creature, by the way. She's not particularly big, but she's got a long pygal process. So the part of her carapace that sticks out the back above her tail is really long, and that's interesting. They took note of that. They put a flipper tag and everything on her. There we go. There's Katie there taking the neck circumference measurement, so we don't have to pick her up to weigh her. We can determine her weight based on a number of different measurements. Yeah, just beautiful. So here's photos just taken with my phone. Yeah, and some videos here. But I also brought along my infrared camcorder. And I was able to take some videos with that too. So I'd like to share those with you. I had to run these through some filters in Premiere in order to make everything visible. But, well, take a look. Just extraordinary.
Hey there, Lordy. You bet.
Wow. Sorry it's a little shaky, but well, it's very windy on the beach. Fieldwork conditions. You know how it goes. Second video, right here.
If you want, then do you feel comfortable like trying yourself? I could, if I get a good spot on them, you want to leave it in, or if you
Just extraordinary.
Okay, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I could die happy now.
My sample, and then
Being able to see these animals live, in the flesh, in person. And I'm doing my best to raise awareness about them and get people excited about these creatures.
What orientation do you do? So we'll just do it just like
So is she digging now? Yeah. So she's kind of finishing up her actual nest chamber. So she's already dug the body pit with her front flippers. She's kind of brought the whole sand level down a little bit. And now she's digging with her hind flippers, scooping out the actual nest chamber itself.
Just let me know how she's looking when you swap. Yeah, and then if you want, I'll give you one that's still back there. I'll give you I have one in my pocket.
It's incredibly cool. And you can also get a sense for how flexible that carapace is, too. It's not a hard shell. You can kind of see it flex.
It really wasn't bad.
And again, she's not a particularly large leatherback. She's, if I were to guess, I'm not good at guessing, maybe 600 pounds? She's not as big as the other leatherbacks we encountered the other night. There's a chance that this is the first nest that she has ever dug. Because she'd never been tagged before. She'd never been documented. There's a chance this is her first time ever nesting.
Leave one of those flippers in the nest. That's what kind of I keep checking to see.
Golganik says, I love that this lady is a young mom, one of the littles that made it.
How long have you been digging the nest chamber at this point?
Oh yeah. So
There you go, Lordy. There's your namesake.
15 minutes.
Okay. Is she a little on the small side?
Yeah, and that's common with these like neophytes.
Yeah.
It's not like a definite indicator that they're a neophyte, but it's something that lines up.
There's Katie speaking.
Once she's done digging, we'll also check to see if she has what we call tag scars, so somewhere that we might have already placed.
Sure, and then one came loose or something, yeah.
So that would also indicate, like, okay, because there are some turtles, like the pit tag is maybe migrated down, or there's like an older version that's harder to scan sometimes.
Right.
But like, when everything lines up, she's a little smaller, we don't see any tag scars, and we're still not picking up a pit tag with the best version of our tag scanners. So we feel pretty confident. It doesn't seem like anyone has identified this turtle before, and we should then put the identifiers on her. Yeah, she is solid.
She's gorgeous.
She has a really long peduncle, though.
Interesting. Did you go past her tail?
Really long. She is small, but she's so long.
Yeah.
Measurements are small. I was thinking she was long and skinny. Like the peduncle's really.
So yeah, she's long and slender. She's an elegant lady. Isn't this cool, Claire? Yeah. It's
pretty early in the evening, isn't it? I mean, it's just after low tide, I think, right?
Yeah, the tide did just kind of flip. What was it? Yeah, I guess it's been a little hour or so, I think, but yeah. always get quite a few. I always note that it's ones that during the nesting it goes from one day to the other. There's a lot that span that time.
Sure,
and
yeah.
They come up. Usually you'll start seeing them in the 11 o'clock hour.
Gotcha.
She came up almost exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Okay, yeah.
I don't think you texted when she started digging, but it was right before I came up to check.
Okay, yeah, you can, whatever time you think.
So I think
This is so cool.
Because I know we encountered
Oh,
her,
man.
Oh, yeah.
This video is 17 minutes long. Holy cow. Here, I'll go forward a little bit.
Across, square across.
There we go. So there is Dr. Katie on the right, and soon to be Dr. Sarah up top. Soon to be Dr. Sarah is she's starting to dig underneath Lordy's torso. So she's gonna put the tape measure underneath and then do a circumference measurement to help estimate her weight. No tripod there, Claire. They don't actually use that anymore. As of pretty recently, I think. Like this year, they've stopped using it, I think. So it's a lot less work to just take a few measurements than to hoist a giant leatherback turtle up on a tripod. A block and tackle. Dr. Katie running that tape measure underneath and blood draw in the back. Yeah, in the squishy spot. So it's really important to be able to gather that data on these animals. Take a blood sample. Take one of the spacer yolkless eggs. There's a student who's currently working on those. So here we go. Here's Dr. Katie taking that body circumference measurement. Kenneth the Ace says they are way too trusting. Well, she's in a trance right now. She is laying her eggs. And so sea turtles have a hormonal thing that goes on when they're laying their eggs where they are just completely focused on the task at hand. And you can collect all kinds of data on them while they're doing this, and they are completely oblivious to you. It's convenient for us as researchers, as people doing field work on the beach. But this is... I think it's something that they've evolved to stop themselves from getting spooked midway through laying a clutch of eggs. Yeah, they're just so determined to be able to deposit those eggs and get the next generation going. That's a feature, not a bug. Sorry about the clanking noise there. Using a camcorder in almost complete darkness. This is an infrared camcorder here. Setting the tripod down on the sand and repositioning it. It's so cool to see her head come up when she takes another breath. Of course, that noise is the wind. We are pretty close to the shore here. The waves are maybe about 10 meters away. Over 30 feet, maybe. Here we go. Dr. Katie's taking a neck circumference measurement right here. So she's going to dig underneath her again, these measurements are taken so they don't have to actually weigh her. They can get very, very close to her actual weight by running a formula with these different measurements. Skip forward a little bit. So they're checking out over here what's going on with her eggs and her rear flippers. And there's me. Yeah. Wanted to be able to prove that I was here, you know? So at this point, I think she's started to tamp down the nest a little bit. Yeah. There we go. Sorry about the noise and everything. Those plasticky sounds. But see, there's her rear flippers, or her rear feet, as Jeanette was saying. Yeah, tamping down that sand like that. Is she using her tail as well, or is it just kind of in the way?
I think it's just kind of in the way.
Yeah, interesting.
Like, yeah, that's good observation. Yeah, like, I think it's crazy, like, how much of their weight they, like, put on the eggs.
Right.
You know, you think about the eggs are so delicate.
Can you hear what Dr. Katie's saying right there? How much weight she's putting on the nest. Okay. An interesting girder bust. Tail as well, or is it just kind of in the way?
I think it's just kind of in the way.
Yeah, interesting.
Like, yeah, that's good observation. Yeah, like, I think it's crazy, like, how much of their weight they, like, put on the eggs.
Right.
You know, you think about the eggs are so delicate.
Very cool.
We saved these steps kind of till the end because they're a little more destructive.
Right. So look at that. Just the flexibility there. It's just kind of uncanny. It's so weird to see. Just the almost amorphousness of those hind flippers, the hind limbs. Just bonkers. Oh, hello, Minnie Pie. Yeah. And so there's that pit tag reader. So again, Katie's looking for making sure that she doesn't previously have a tag. It hasn't migrated to a weird spot or anything. She's not picking anything up. So she's gonna go ahead and put a tag in. So she's getting out of the package there. Watch out, Minnie Pie, in the middle of this. Hey, watch out. There's that tag going in. So that way, even if the flipper tag comes off, she's still got an internal tag, just like Minnie Pie here has. Huh. Yeah, so if you ever get lost, even if you lose your collar, whoever finds you will know where you belong. Yeah. Make sure you come back to us. There's me right there. I wanted to make sure that I got in the shot so that you would know that I was there. pretty special. And hang on, Lordy says, can you unlock the front door for us? Yeah, let me go do that. I'll be right back. What an honor, what a joy, what a privilege. Just extraordinary. It goes on like this. This video is also 15 minutes long. There's Katie brushing away sand from her, looking for any identifying marks or anything. And the infrared camera that I'm using, watch how it picks up those dots from the iPhone there. Sound down a little bit. But, you know, we can't see that with our eyes, but the IR camera picks that up. Pretty neat. Yeah. I don't know if they're lasers. I'm not sure what that is, Claire. It might be, but it might be something else too. Might be infrared. And so there you see she's covering up her eyes so that she can take some pictures of any scars or other identifying marks like that. All this stuff gets documented. This is important information to have. What an extraordinary creature. What a privilege to be able to see this animal. What an honor to be so close to such a magnificent beast. She is gorgeous. Yeah. Lordy the leatherback. So that's that's why I posted this as soon as I got back to the hotel before I hopped in the shower. What a magical evening. I can't even tell you. What an incredible privilege to be able to spend time with such an incredible critter. Just extraordinary, you know? Oh my goodness. Yeah. Just wild. Anyway, with that, Mini Pie here is not going to be satisfied until I end the stream. Like, she's gonna attack me. And my earbud is starting to die. We've been going for almost 6 hours now at this point. It's time to wrap things up. What an extraordinary trip to Florida. I feel so incredibly lucky, you know? It's just... what an incredible privilege. With that, we're going to wrap things up here. Hang on a second. There we go. There we go. There's our credits. Don't go away just yet. We're going to see if we can raid into somebody else doing some science. Who else is on right now? All right. Science Streams is on. Well. We'll go see what Balint is up to. Thank you to everybody showing up in our credits, from new followers to raiders. Thank you for coming in here and spending some time with us. I know the internet is a big place. You could be just about anywhere, but you've been here talking about science with me, and that's something special. I'm grateful. Thank you. Thank you to the subscribers and the gifters and the cheerers, the people who make these streams possible through their financial contributions. Thank you to the folks who donated to Loggerhead Marine Life Center or FAU's Marine Lab. Thank you for your contributions to leatherback turtle conservation and science. What a privilege to be able to share this with you and help promote this really important work. I'm deeply grateful. Thank you, of course, to the moderators who keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. I couldn't do this without your help, mods. Thank you so much for your dedication and your enthusiasm. I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow. We'll see. If packing goes well, maybe I will, but no guarantees. Next time you see me, I might be in Wyoming, digging up dinosaurs. And thank you, Golganek. I appreciate that. Anyway, we'll go right into Science Stream.